hope people find it.
All right, good evening, everybody. We're going to get started here. Players are currently warming up. Sorry, we had a little bit of a hiccup there on getting the stream started, so I'm going to need to repost. If any of you guys are watching right now, if you can re-share that link anywhere where it was posted, that would be awesome, so we can get this thing going. Thanks for tuning in.
Want to close this?
Yeah, let me see if they want to. All right, so players are going to get started here. We are not going to do starting interviews because we're starting a little bit late. If anybody is in the chat, if you could let me know if you hear everything okay. Don't have the chat up. Where's my view? Well, we got the lag going. Looks like Daniel's gonna. Ooh, that's close.
It's Brian.
It looks like Brian's got the lag. So welcome everybody. Like I said, to my left here we have Blue Sheffer, good friend of mine. He's been helping me get this thing set up, and he'll be my co-pilot tonight. So this is Blue.
Hello, everybody.
All right, let me minimize a few things here. That's so we can do the telestrator.
Is there an easy way to get the chat up? All right. Top chat, that's there. So, okay.
So this is the.
That is, the chat is just possible that it's inactive currently.
Live chat. It was all over on this side. There we go.
There we
Yep,
are.
Cody says we're all good. Thanks, Cody. Appreciate it. All right, so these guys are going to be playing an 8-ball race to 9 for $300, and this is a rematch from the match they had early in January, where it went hill-hill. We had a pretty crazy finish on that match, where Daniel ended up pocketing the 8-ball and then following the cue ball in. So pretty disappointing turn of events. It looked like he was going to win it, and then.
And that was after a pretty big comeback too from Brian. Did he run 5 games in a row or 6?
Yeah, so he was down 5-0 in that set, and then he clawed his way back to 5-5. And then we had Brian scratches on the break right out the gate. All right, so like I said, he clawed his way back to make it 5-5. Then Daniel won the next game, make it 6-5, so Daniel's on the hill. Brian claws back, makes it hill-hill, and then they go back and forth after a series of innings. And it looked like it could have been anybody's, and then it looked like it was going to be Daniel's, and then it turned out not to be. So,
Hey, what set of balls is looking better to you here?
Let's see. It looks like everything goes. Looks like Daniel's going to set up for this 2-ball. That blue one. Go ahead and get this going again.
Might need to refreshing.
He's got some new features tonight. We have a telestrator that we set up, so he'll be playing for this blue 2-ball. And he's likely going to be playing the 5 or the 1 next, so one of these guys, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm.
If he plays the 1 ball, he has better chances of getting on other balls. So playing that yellow 1 ball is likely his next shot, although...
he's eyeing up the 5.
Yeah, so he can come back out towards the middle of the table again from here. He shouldn't run into that stripe.
Yeah, it'll probably be on either the 6 or the 1.
He's going to run into the 1.
Perfect on the 6.
Oh, I have the mic muted in there, which I don't need it to be because they are not listening to any music, so...
Good. Probably wanted to come a little bit further out, I'm assuming, to get the 1 on the side.
Yeah, I think he was trying to draw back. He's probably going to play that 4-ball now, which is this pink one down here, just because it's got probably better availability to a pocket than anything else at this point. I'm guessing from there he'll play that brown 7 in the the lower right-hand corner as we face it. So I think he's going to go like this in here.
Yeah, we're after on the 1.
Yeah, the cue ball is likely to float up. It's probably to hit here and end up over here. So we'll see how that goes. I gotta get this stream posted because there's people asking me about it now.
Yep, go for it. So first shot missed by Daniel. So Brian's coming to the table with, it looks like he has options on, what is that? Is it the 13? The orange?
Yeah, yes, I believe that is. Sorry, people. I got people texting me about the old link, so let me go ahead and...
Yeah, these next 3 balls don't look too troublesome, but once he needs to look at these in the bottom left corner of the table, that's when he might run into trouble. It looks like he's maybe even eyeing up getting the 15 in now. Okay, and that didn't turn out too poorly for him. He's left with a somewhat harder shot on the 11 than he had previously, but if he gets it, it looks like position's pretty natural to whatever this is. Can you tell?
That's a 10 ball, I believe.
It's a 10, yeah. Oh, he's going into the bottom right pocket, perhaps?
Yeah, he's playing that 14
Oh.
in the upper right, looks like. So he'll probably fade over and come across for the 10 in the same pocket, but he missed.
Mm-hmm.
So Daniel will be coming to the table. Probably, I think that 1 ball goes in the side. I don't think it goes in this bottom corner. I think this 14 ball is blocking this from going over here.
Mm-hmm.
So he's likely to play the 1 in this side pocket. The problem with that is the cue ball is going to want to run down and get into some trouble maybe.
Mm-hmm.
He can always back cut the 7 into here, but it doesn't look like he's going to do that. So it looks like he's going to line up for that 1 ball. It might pass the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Or past that 14
Past
in the
the
corner.
14, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's going for. Didn't think that went. So this angle's harder to see than being in the room, obviously.
Oh.
No, he did cut it inside. So he did end up kind of going into those balls a little bit, but he still has shape. So it looks like, or he has a shot anyway on the 7 and maybe the 3, but I think he'll probably come off the 7 out here and want to end up somewhere in this area for a shot on the 3 ball next.
Feel like this is an easy shot to overrun position on.
Yeah, he's got to hit it kind of thin, so he could easily end up behind the 11 and blocked. And he dogs it, and now Brian will be coming to the table. Looks like a pretty easy, straightforward shot on the 11 ball in the upper left-hand corner up here. The cue ball is going to come off that and drift in this direction. If he goes far enough, he can end up right here for that 10 ball next. If not, then he can play over to here for this 9 ball down here.
It looks like he'll probably be taking the 9 from here because he's blocked to the 10 from that 7 ball.
Correct. Yeah, I think he wanted to go past that, but and then he's also got that 14 in the side right here.
Yeah.
Looks like that's what he's lining up for. So here you got to be careful. Just a straight follow could end up with a scratch in the bottom. You know, you could go like that. All right, as long as he stays out of this side pocket and he scratches. This match is starting off a lot like the first one with a lot of back and forth, a lot of unforced errors. I haven't been counting, but it seems like they've probably had at least 3 or 4 innings apiece at this point. So the nerves are probably running a little high for a bit. And yeah, see how. Let's see, ball in hand.
Choosing to take care of the 3 now because it's maybe harder to get position on from the 7. He'd rather, just because of these balls blocking.
Yeah, I think he's just going to play it in the side and float up. Cue ball's likely to follow up, hopefully in this area, and then he can play the 7 into this corner.
And come back out for the 8 in the center of the table or so.
Pretty much, yeah. So he's making sure he's lined up well so that he can get the cue ball where he wants it. So that's exactly what he did. So now he should be playing the 7 in this corner right here. Cue ball should come up, and then ideally he wants to be right about there, leaving himself, a shot, not being blocked. Doesn't look like there's much trouble here. He just needs to kind of roll it in and float down towards center table, basically.
It's looking good. A little bit of a long shot, but position-wise, he's totally fine.
All right, he just needs to stay focused here and just put this first one in the bag. Like I said, the last match, the kind of true with all matches, the first game and the last game are always the hardest to secure. It's those nerves, just trying to get that first game down and putting something on the board, really applying pressure to your opponent, giving yourself that confidence. Sounds like he's got that one. So Daniel takes game number 1. And go ahead and show that. All right. So they're, I believe, playing alternate break again, which will make it Daniel's break. Did Brian win the leg, right?
Brian won the leg, yeah, so this should be Daniel's break. What am I doing? I should be cracking open a beer.
You should. Can you hand me a Coke, please?
Of course.
Thank you. So we've made a few upgrades to the stream. Appreciate everybody tuning back in. Looks like we've got about 15 people right now. See those numbers come up. Please like and share. Like I said, we had a little bit of an issue with the original link that we distributed, so please feel free to share the link with anybody you know that was planning on watching this. I did hit socials on my stories with the new link, but sometimes that doesn't get to everybody as quickly as I would like it to. So.
And if you're here, let us know. Blow up that chat.
There you go.
Am I correct in remembering that Daniel typically prefers a cut break for the 8?
He's kind of gone about it a couple different ways. I think he's just kind of been experimenting, but I think he's going to go full on here. See what he can do here. Looks like he's going to come up dry on this break. Just going to leave Brian pretty open opportunity for stripes right now, and the main reason is because this 5-ball blocking is blocked by that 11 for the most part, and this cluster of solids you got right here in the middle. So
the 14 will pose a little bit of trouble, perhaps. It's the only ball that doesn't have a clear pocket right now, and even with the 13 cleared, it's still going to be hard to get around that 7.
I don't think you can see that 11 yet. I think he's still a little bit too thin or too down table for that. So he's
still got options.
Still got options, but I think right now he's seeing if the 15 goes past the 12 in the upper corner. So that's what he's doing now. That brown stripe, unless he's shooting at the 12 now, which it's hard to tell from here. So it did not go. So he kind of rearranged the furniture and created a whole new problem over here now. So this creates some issues.
Daniel's not left with very many easy options here.
No.
I don't really see any clear shot. And at this point in the game, it can be difficult to come upon safety opportunities. You just have a lot of balls that you have to worry about your opponent still being able to get in. On the other hand, you have a lot of options. So.
Exactly. It's kind of it cuts both ways. So the safeties become kind of more and more of a premium as the rack dwindles down. Because
is he eyeing up the combo here?
It kind of looks like he might be. I mean, the 7 doesn't go anywhere, the 5 doesn't go anywhere, so I think he kind of has no. So that 2-3 combo is likely what he's looking at, or 2-1. It was the 2-3, and it stays up and hangs in that pocket. So Brian's coming back to the table with multiple options. He's got the 10 down here and the 15 on the side. Still has this problem here, and he's gonna take some work to get on that 11 ball as well because of where the 5 is. So really, both players right now need to figure out how to solve that problem. Looks like he's going to end up going for the 9 in the side, same side pocket.
These shots are always deceptively hard to me. The cuts into the side. He nails it.
Now is where he's going to start running into some decision making and some strategy problem solving stuff. He doesn't have a clear pocket with very many balls at this point. It looks like he's going to try to cut that 14 past the 8 and into this corner.
So apparently that goes. Yeah, that is hard to see from here.
Yeah. Overcuts it.
Solves one of Daniel's problems.
That's true with the 2-1 kind of being tied up together. No longer that's an issue for him. Just to keep confidence, I think he's going to play the 1 in the side or the pink 4 in the corner. Those are both easy shots.
What ideas do you have for solving this problem if you're Daniel? The 6 ball being tied up over here?
I think getting shape on the 1 ball somewhere in this area so that you can go like this, maybe. So if he draws back on this 4-ball, he can get that kind of shape right now.
Maybe overran it a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit. Now he's going to have to put a little bit of left-hand spin on it to get it to go in that direction.
Yeah.
The fact that he has the red 3 hanging in the corner is kind of an insurance ball, so even if he gets bad shape on some balls, he's got that kind of hanging unless he sticks himself kind of in this area.
Right.
I wonder what that's about.
The streaming bit rate thing?
Yeah.
Check.
So just stunned over him. I'm not sure if that green 6 passes the 12 and then he's just going to try to play it into the 3-ball, but that's what it looks like he's kind of looking that direction right now.
It's a tougher option than the 1, but he could go if 2 in the side and then cue ball off that way, or is that too narrow of an angle?
That's a really hard cut to get into the side. I would see him banking that ball before he tried to cut that, but that's also kind of a funky option. He can also elect to play the 7, into this corner pocket, making the cue ball run into this 5, try to open that up, but
looks like he's doing something. He's probably the bank.
I'm guessing,
Yeah.
because it looks like he's hitting it pretty full. Yep.
Oh.
And he doubled it, but didn't get anywhere. So now Brian back at the table. Looks like he's got maybe the 14. I don't think he can play the 10. Might be able to play the 10, but it probably doesn't play as easy as that green 14 stripe into the bottom left corner. Looks pretty straight in. If it's not, then he might be able to float down and get a little bit of shape on that 11 ball next. But he's got that 12 ball to deal with. That's going to be kind of the bigger issue. It looked like he was trying to play shape for the 11 next and overcut it. Cheated the pocket more than he could, pulling it off. All right. Daniel's kind of examining his options, knowing that 5 ball needs to find a pocket. He's imagining he's going to play the 7 into the 3 or the 2 into the bottom right-hand corner.
I think he's called the 3. Is that what
I believe he did.
So is he playing the combo? I don't see if the cue ball passes the 3. No, it looks like it does probably.
Yeah, he's playing the 7 into the 3 for sure.
Oh.
He makes both balls. I'm pretty sure he did not want to do that. Having the 7 ball hang up and stay up would have been preferred, because then you could likely have used that as shape to get onto the 6 ball.
What can you do in that situation to prevent the combination ball from rolling in?
Try not to hit it directly onto the 3 ball so that it doesn't go straight into the pocket, so that it kind of hits the edge of the ball and then deflects into the rail a little bit. So now he kind of is in a little bit of a pickle. He's probably going to elect to play safe here and try to just free up the 6 ball and not leave a shot, which is going to be tough. Maybe sticking him directly behind the 12 ball is what he's looking at here. And he sells out the shot on the 12. You got to hit that really soft in order to kind of keep that 6 blocking the 12. But even if he had, I think the 10 and the 14 would still have pockets.
Yeah, it's a tall order at this point.
He solved a problem, but he solved it for his opponent as well. Oh, wow, that wiped its feet. So likely the 14 in the side pocket, followed by the 10 in the bottom left.
And roll down between the 5 and the 11?
He's leaving basically the hardest shot for the last shot. And I don't know if he has any options really at this point.
Yeah, typically it's well advised to solve your problems early if you can.
Absolutely.
While you have options, so in case you screw it up the first time or you don't quite solve the problem, you have 6 more chances to.
Yeah. But it seems like it happens a lot where people just end up not solving that problem. They, usually it's like a small position zone or something like that. They don't solve the problem, and it just gets harder and harder to solve. and that sometimes you'll see people just lose a game even though they only had one ball left. Their opponent had a bunch of balls left, and it looked like, for sure the person with the fewer balls was going to win, but it's not how it works. You really got to make sure, that you leave yourself the possibility to get out. You don't want to run 7 if you can't run 8.
Yeah.
All you're doing is opening up the table for your opponent. Now, I did create more of a problem now by, not pocketing that 10 ball and leaving, nudging the 11 up against the 5 is a pretty big problem, actually, more so for Daniel, I would say, at this point than it is for Brian, because Brian has that 10 ball to kind of nudge that other 11 ball out of the way. So it looks like Daniel's going to play a little bit of strategy here and try to block that pocket. He played it a little bit long and a little bit hard, but
he didn't quite land a safety, it doesn't look like. My guess is that Brian can see either the edge of that 11 or the 10, but I don't know if there's anything that he can pocket from here.
Yeah, I don't think he has any real offensive options. I think really what we're looking at here is just a little bit of, we're likely to see a few innings here go back and forth until somebody makes, a significant mistake. You don't want to free up that 5 ball if you can't get out here, because then you just solve the problem for your opponent.
Right.
So it looks like he is going towards that 11. He might have called the carom into the 10 ball like that, and it looks like he sold out the 6 in the side. If the 8 passes the 14, or the 10, which it looks like it does, this should be a pretty easy out. You just play stop shot, the 6 in the side, stop the cue ball there,
One rail for the
play the 5 in this corner, and then leave the cue ball there for the 8 in this corner.
Stop shot for both.
Yeah, stop. Maybe a little bit of draw. You could actually follow on the 5 ball, come down to the end rail and back up. It's more likely what's going to happen here.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were suggesting.
Yeah, it should go 6, 5, 8. Straight in on the 5 now, so he's going to draw back a little bit, I would imagine. Or leave himself just a little back cut on the 8 ball. Some of these shots look simple when, you don't have $300 of your money on the line. So it makes a big difference. What looks simple in practice becomes very difficult under pressure.
I think that the next level up for the stream is to have the heart rate monitors
There you go.
on at all times.
Yeah, I imagine both these players are well above, 120 probably BPM right now. He rolls forward and leaves himself a pretty testy kind of back cut 8 ball right now.
Makeable for sure, but not as easy as it could have been.
Correct, and I think the biggest concern now is just coming off this 8 ball and scratching in this pocket. So just really committing to the shot and trying not to let too many things get into your head with regard to what could go wrong, but also keeping those things in mind so that you're not just letting that happen.
Right. Hopefully Daniel has enough internalized trauma from the last match to be thinking about scratching on the 8 ball.
Yeah. Oh, poor guy. Yeah, it's funny. Nice.
Okay.
So Daniel gets game 2, and no issues with scratching at all.
A familiar beginning to the last match.
It is. It's starting to look very similar. My son this morning we went to breakfast. He's like, "Can I give you a little bit of feedback?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure. What's up?" He's like, "Don't interview the loser." And I was like, and I'm like,
"Oh, that's the best part."
I was like, "Well, I mean, it's kind of drama, right? Like, you kind of, I'm a journalist. This is,
Yeah.
I'm covering the event. Like,
you have to. That every sports interview, you gotta. Right? Does that generally happens, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
So then I texted my mentor Justin, and I'm like, Clayton thinks I shouldn't interview the loser, and he's like, as punishment?
Like, that's all I'm watching the stream for.
I just want to see what the
like,
loser.
how does it feel to lose $300?
Yeah, like, man, that was brutal. It was hard for me to watch. It must have been impossible for you. Sweet. That's Justin in the chat saying, putting you on the big screen at my buddy's house. Appreciate it, Justin. Thanks for tuning in. So, we got a few viewers right now. I apologize if the stream's looking a little... I don't know what it looks like out there, so I'm hoping it's looking good.
Check from that phone.
We did a little bit of last minute kind of down to the wire getting things started, and then I had a little faux pas when I started the stream, so that's why I had to reissue the link with a new link. So
I was thinking we could put this new link in the old YouTube video's description if people still end up there, because it will have a replay, right? Or is that just a private video?
that's a good question.
We can figure it out later.
I wonder if we can copy the link from the old video, delete that video, and then make this link to that link to this video.
I don't know if you can do redirects like that on YouTube, but
Yeah.
we'll figure it out.
First break. So we agreed that players would be taking breaks after 5 games. So every 5 games we'll take a short break, and that'll give the opportunity for everybody to kind of use the restroom, do whatever they need, and then for me and Blue to kind of work our magic on some of the technical stuff here. We did added some features. With this telestrator last night was kind of like just kind of on a whim. Blue really wanted to draw dicks all over the screens.
My sole motivation here.
He's like, "Hey man, can we draw dicks on the screen?" And I was like, "Not yet."
But if you can make it happen, then
That's
all you.
Yeah, Blue went to work with his computer programming skills to make it happen.
And since then, I've just been practicing my dicks all day, just been perfecting.
All right, so Brian misses the 7 in the corner. Daniel's coming to the table with a pretty good opening on the stripes. I don't see any real problems here, honestly. I think he's got to obviously play that 11 to get it out of the way, so the 15 and the 12 have a pocket. So he's got to pocket this ball to make these balls have this pocket.
Mm-hmm.
So that is what he's doing now. He will likely play this with follow and inside English, so that'll be upper left-hand English to go 2 rails, playing the 10 in the same pocket. And he underhit it, so he's going to change plans now and likely play the 14 down here. He initially wanted to come like this with the cue ball and end up with the 10 down here. All right.
Looks like he's eyeing up the 13, perhaps.
Oh, it does look. Yeah, looks like that's what he's. Seems like a more challenging shot right now.
And I don't know what. Maybe he's going for that because it offers more position options.
I'm afraid you'd end up behind the 2 or the 6 here unless you draw back. It's hard for the angle looks like it's cutting towards the 2 and the 6 just like that. So this could get touchy, but it looks like he pulled it off. Now he's got options.
Yeah.
Thinking that green 14 either in the corner or the side pocket. And the reason why you would shoot the corner over the side, even though the side seems like an easy option, the cue ball is going to be running up table after hitting that, and you kind of leave some stuff to chance if you play it in the side. So he's thinking about it. It looks like he's going to play the 15 or the 12. He overcuts it. Brian will be coming back to the table. And he also doesn't have really any problems to speak of. I don't think he can see that 7 ball right now, but I think the 2 passes the 7 into this pocket. The 4 goes down here.
So are you thinking just draw off the 4 and set up for the 2? What do you do after the...
I think he's going to play the 2 first, and then likely the 7. And he ran into the 7 ball. So now Daniel will have a shot on the 14 in the side, which will leave him several options. He's got kind of like a 1 pocket out here. He's just going to play this 14, probably end up staying in this area. Cue ball is probably around here. And then all 3 of these balls likely go into that pocket.
I don't get that reference.
American Vandal was a series that it was like a whole saga. It was a high school thing where this kid, nobody knows, it was like a mystery, right? Who done it? Somebody went through the faculty parking lot and just spray painted dicks over every single car. It's actually a really good kind of mini series. It's hilarious. Highly recommend it. So anybody that's seen American Vandal knows what the reference is here. It's pretty funny. Oh, that's Clayton. That's my son talking about that. Yeah, there's some hilarious scenes in that.
looks like he's maybe not electing for this one pocket out, or perhaps he is still going to go for the 12 and then come back out for the 10 in the same pocket.
He's stretched out to play this 12 now, so I think that's why he's looking at that 10, is that he's just farther forward than he wants to be. So, you can play the 10 now, or you can play the 12. You're just more comfortable playing the 10 because, he's not table hooked. There's a 9-footer, so anything past the side pocket is a little bit of a stretch. Daniel's about my height, so I can tell you firsthand, playing that 12 would probably require an extension or a bridge. So that is why he's going for the 10 ball here. And nice natural follow. Just stay out of the side pocket.
Straight into the side pocket.
Wow.
Just barely made it.
Yeah. Pool God, they're smiling on him tonight. So this is a little dicey. He's got no... Anytime you're up against the rail here, you just eliminate so much of the cue ball. And then as far as, the ability to put the cue in different places on the cue ball, so you're kind of just stuck with rolling forward. You're really relegated to the upper half of the cue ball. So getting shape on the 8 is going to get a little tricky here.
Is this not the 9, or is this the 1 of the 9?
I was thinking it's the 1.
Oh, yeah. I think you're right.
And he overcuts. And look at this. He's going to creep up behind, and I think he might have just left no offensive options for Brian.
The pool gods are indeed smiling.
Yeah, that was certainly not his goal. He definitely wanted to make that 12 ball, but I'm sure he's tickled pink at the result. I know I would be. Yeah, their Fargo ratings had actually bounced around for the last few days. So actually, this is today's Fargo ratings, 414 to 423. They both are preliminarily rated Fargo ratings because they don't have enough games in the system yet. So I think Brian had like 87.
Do you have to get to 100 or
200?
200. Okay.
And Daniel's at 181 games. So Daniel's pretty regular playing in the tournament, so that's why he's getting all those games. Brian plays in the tournament maybe once a month at best. He just played this last week. I think Brian took, what did he take, 4th place?
He was definitely the top.
And Daniel took 2nd. That's how I recall it going down. I've got the photos.
Do you know if either of them have gained any Fargo status from any other venues, or has it all been the...
It's all been the tournament and Salado matches. So this match right here, is that the 9? Oh, it is the 9 ball.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
That's
so that's interesting. So Daniel does have 2 balls left. So it's sometimes a little bit harder to see,
especially with that and with the light.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your out from here, Clay?
Let's see. I think playing the 9 first. I don't know. I think he's standing kind of in front of that 12 right now, so it's hard for me to... I'm thinking he plays the 9 up here, cue ball right here, and then play the cue ball, the 12 ball here, cue ball back out to here for the 8 ball down here. That's my guess, but I seem to guess incorrectly a lot, so...
It's easy to do. And also, their plans are probably changing pretty consistently. So
well, yeah, the table keeps getting changed too, so I'm not surprised. So he's gonna go for the 9. Question is, what's he gonna do with the cue ball? Because staying right there, he probably has a window to the 13 or the 12 in between the 4 and the 8. But if he moves left or right, he could block himself with an 8 or the 4. So. All right, so he came back up. Same spot that I was thinking. Different way to get there, yeah. He might, if he's got enough of the ball to hold, he might come this way. For the 8 over here.
The advantage of that is that you would be more in the line of the shot. Yeah. So with the path that you'd drawn previously, you're kind of ending up crossing the line over here. Ooh, what did I just say?
Sam Peterson subscribed. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Sam is a regular in our weekly event at Distant Brewing. I don't know if Sam's won the tournament. I know he's placed plenty of times. I'm not sure if he's won. There's been a couple people knocking at the door for a while that have not secured the W.
Mm-hmm.
Most recently, actually, we had a guy that had been knocking on the door for a while, Kevin Wall. He'd been wanting to win this thing he's been playing in it probably since the beginning. And
Finally got his win this
finally
week.
got his W this week, yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Congrats, Kevin.
Interesting round.
Going further away from the
Yeah.
balls he has to deal with.
And I don't know, it looks to me like that the 2 and 7 don't have a straightforward pocket without the combo of the 2 into the 7.
Yeah.
The problem is that, the way he's playing right now, he's going to come down, the cue ball is going to want to come kind of into those balls.
Right.
So he might have to punch it a little bit harder to get the angle so that the cue ball comes out towards the spot.
Right.
Or he can run into them and, try
Cross
to,
his fingers.
yeah, and hope for the best. Play a little Wreck-It Ralph. So now, some questions. I don't know if that 2 can play into the upper right given where the 7 is. Or the upper left, sorry.
Yeah. This is also hard to see. It looks like the fact that he's eyeing it up means that we're not going to be able to tell.
Yeah, I think the fact that he's taking this much time, he's now actually checking to see if he can duck behind the 2 ball by running into the 7.
Right.
And leaving the cue ball, in somewhere in this area to block.
Interesting.
Is what it looks like. So he's delicate shot here. You just got to roll up. And I think he got there. Maybe not.
Well, if nothing else, he left him on the rail.
That's right.
So it doesn't look. Maybe he's somewhat straight, but regardless, just like you were saying a second ago, it really eliminates your options when you can only see the top portion of the ball.
Yeah. Oh, you want to pull that seat up? You can. There's a little thing.
Yeah, represent my actual height. Yeah, right, here we go.
And now, thanks. Okay, I guess we're playing that game now.
You asked for it.
I didn't expect
I took
you
the
to.
cushion off.
I was like, oh, okay.
You're right. I was kind of sitting with like my knees up here.
I was like, okay, he looks like he's uncomfortable. All right, so he does not have a direct shot, so he's going to be kicking at this. A kick is when you run the cue ball into the rail first. So it's basically like a bank, but you're doing it with the cue ball. And he goes straight in the pocket. So Brian comes to the table with ball in hand, 3 balls left.
Let's see if you can make it happen.
Speaking of kicking, if he doesn't get out here, he will be kicking himself for sure. Yeah. Like that?
Love that.
Set it up and knocked it down.
Goddamn.
Been practicing, folks. Just a regular Howard Cosell here. It's an old reference. That's like before my time, even.
Yeah, I'm lost in that for sure.
Sorry. You're my kid's age. I keep forgetting.
My bad.
Yeah, he's pretty straight in here. He definitely wanted to be a little bit further. If he was like right here, then he could just cut that ball in, and it would kind of come naturally towards the 8.
In the side.
Yeah. Yeah, he punched over. He was able to get the angle.
Let's see if he can get on the board.
Yeah, it'd be a much better start for him than last match if he can, secure a game on the board before it's 5-0. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
A little nervy. He's got those $300 jitters.
Sounds good.
All right, Brian gets on the board. Let's get the score updated. All right, first 3 games in the bag, moving along smoothly. And
Whose break is it? This will be a long time ago since the break.
yeah, so it's the score is odd, so it's gonna be Daniel's break. So that's in an alternate break format. Whoever won the lag will be playing their break when the score adds up to an even number. think both these guys are listening to earbuds right now.
We know that Daniel's rocking out to Evanescence.
Oh, that's right, from last time.
What do we think Brian's listening to?
You know, it's funny. I asked him last time because he's big into Tool. I figured he was listening to Tool. He's like, nah, dude, it's too dynamic.
Yeah.
He's like, and it's funny because I've actually heard this from a lot of high-end players or high-level players that the music that you listen to, you want to kind of maintain something. You don't want to have this dynamics of like really intense and then low and
Right.
kind of pulling yourself emotionally.
You just want some like minimal house techno or something like steady BPM.
Yeah, something that just kind of keeps you kind of up, but not like aggro.
Well, since you are all curious, we will ask on the break what they are listening to.
That's a good, yeah. That's a good one. All right. So another dry break. Looks like the only real big issue is this 210, but I think that's even not a big issue. I think the 2 goes past the 10, but maybe the 10 doesn't go past the 2.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like he'll be playing the 5 here in the upper right, and then the 2 next. And
And what's after the 2?
then the 3 doesn't pass the 14, neither does the 7. The 1 passes, so it goes right between the 8 and the 3. So you might play this 1 ball in this corner. The 6 passes the 14, but getting back there, he might have to draw a pot. So I believe he'll be playing that 1 ball like I described. The cut angle is going to want to send the cue ball in this direction, and I don't think this 4 passes this that 13 ball.
Do you think you can
Oh.
compensate with that?
Looks like the 3 passes the 14, so that's what he's going for now. A little bit of draw will put him on the 6 or the 7 next, or the 1. All right.
So just the side of the 6, just a bit, but didn't cause very many problems for him. He's still got options.
Yeah, and I think playing the 6 is a safer bet here because the cue ball is going to want to run into the 8 or some of those balls down table if you play the 1 now. So just needs to play this ball, slide over towards center table, playing the 4 ball next. Okay. Well, I'm sure that wasn't planned, but it worked out.
Don't be so sure.
Oh, no, you're right. I don't
He
know.
may have known.
He's got
We
skill-
can't
yeah.
say. He could have been practicing a lot this last week playing.
It's like, I'm going to nudge the 8 ball around. That's my game.
Yeah.
So you can play 1 in the lower right-hand pocket, corner pocket, or you can play the 4 ball now, but it looks like he's electing to play that 1 ball.
And 7 in the side?
Yeah, because the 7 doesn't pass the 14, so you got to
Oh,
stop.
that's what you thought about the 3, too.
I did, and I was wrong. But it looks like he's playing the 7 on the side, and then the 4 ball. The issue here is that he's going to leave himself a steeper angle on the 4 ball, which is going to make, so if the cue ball's up here, then he's going to have a steep angle, and the cue ball is going to want to travel back up table when he plays the 4.
Right.
So you might want to play the 4 ball now.
Even with that, though, he's still coming up table, right? And then where does he take the 7 from there? Oh, well, perhaps the 7 passes.
Yeah.
Certainly debating the options.
Yeah, and then playing the 4 now, he's a little bit table hooked because he's a right-handed player. So you have to kind of kick a leg up on the table, and
Maybe
he's going to use the bridge.
Okay. The bridge, yeah.
All right, the first use of the bridge tonight.
The bridge goes by many names.
Yes, the crutch, the sissy stick.
That's a cleaner version of what I've heard, but.
Oh, really?
And then in snooker they call it the rest, right?
Yes. I've also heard it referred to as an extension. Overcuts it and then scratches to the side. It was a little bit jabby. I felt very comfortable with it.
But otherwise, pretty good start from Brian.
Daniel's got all his balls left, so he's got a little bit of work to do.
But like you were saying, if you can't run 8, maybe don't run whatever he just did, 5.
Right.
Now, Daniel has options, but as you've noted, Daniel's also not totally in favor of playing safe when there are offensive options, so
Yeah.
maybe that won't come into play as much.
I think Daniels will elect to play safe only if he backs himself into a corner where he has to play safe. So, let's see. Thinking he's going to play the 14 next. He can also play the 12 or 9 in the lower left. I think if he plays the 14 next, then he will likely come back up table and try to play either the 14 and 12 next or the 11 in the upper right, because the 11 needs to go in that corner pocket for the 15 to pass it. Alright, so he's maybe playing the 10 next, maybe the 15 in the side. I think he's going to play the 10 and then kind of punch out to center table.
That's what I was thinking.
That leaves him the 12 and the 9 or the 11. Alright, now he's got a pretty easy shape on the 12 and then the 9.
He's also looking like he's settling in a little bit.
Yeah.
Both players are playing more comfortably, it looks like.
He's going to be a little sprawled out here because he's shooting kind of caddy corner, which definitely lengthen things out. I think he wanted to come back quite that far. But he's still got options. The 11 ball looks like what he's choosing now. You know, if he plays that 11 here in that corner, the cue ball will come back out this way. So I don't know if he's going to try to get back on the 9 or if he's going to try to play the 15 in the side, which is a little bit steep, yeah. Likely come down to just where he ends up settling the cue ball down. Okay, so now he's got the 15 down table maybe.
Looks like he can hopefully just float over for the 9 down here.
It's kind of a nervy shot playing back cutting that ball because you're playing kind of into a blind pocket, so he might choose to play the 9 next, but it looks like he's looking at the 15. You kind of got to, like you said, you'd be floating that ball out towards the side pocket, which is, you know, probably concerning for him. Ideally, he would, if he does play that 15, like you said, he'd come here, come out, and then leave himself an easy shot on the 9. He overcut that ball.
Doesn't have to worry about position.
No. So he leaves Brian a bit of a tester. I think Brian's has an easier shot probably. Oh man, it's hard to say. I think, you know, cutting the 4 then opens up the 8 ball, because right now he's got kind of a, I mean, the 8 ball has that upper left pocket no matter what for Daniel if Daniel comes back to the table. So you don't want to kind of give him too many options there. Of course, you don't want to, you know, have your opponent coming back to the table, but you kind of have to think about those things.
Yeah, especially with this. I mean, both of these shots are hard for players at their level.
Yeah.
It's hard no matter what, but it's so easy when you're just, if you watch professional pool a lot, say, oh, there's a clear path to a pocket.
Drill that, yeah. So he's playing the 7. He just needs to kind of draw out, not hit the 9, and kind of come back and forth. Yeah. And he hit it thick.
He had the right idea with
He
position.
did. He was definitely trying to get in that area. I don't know if Daniel can see the 15 straight away, or if the 9 passes the 15. I think he can see the 15. If the 9 can pass the 15, that would be an easier shot to start with, because then you'd have shape on the 15 next. But if he's kind of straight on the 15, that's going to make for difficult position on the 9.
Okay, so is he eyeing up the 9 down table?
I think he's calling the 15.
Oh,
Or he's playing the 9. I don't know what he's doing.
9 on the side?
That seems tough, man.
But I feel like I remember him taking a lot of shots in the side last match that I thought were quite tough. Maybe he's learned his lesson. Or maybe I'm misremembering.
No, he did take a few shots. I remember commentating and being like, oh, yeah, I didn't even think of that as an option because it looked like risky or difficult, you know? So some people are just more comfortable shooting balls into the side pocket from a steep angle. Not really my flavor of choice, but he's definitely vacillating on this decision. It's not something that's just immediately apparent. Okay, well, that did not go as planned, I'm sure.
And he made the 4 easier potentially for Brian. But
Yeah, but
Brian does not have an easy shot.
No, now he's got to play a thin cut on the 7. Go up and down table, try not to run into the 8 ball. So cue ball is going to come here, make the 7, and then it's going to likely come back down table, maybe towards these balls, maybe into the 8 ball.
Do you think it's impossible to hold in this situation?
You can hold it, but you don't want to try to slow roll a ball from that distance,
For what reason?
A couple different reasons. So number one, it's not your typical comfort zone as far as a stroke is concerned.
You're just more likely to error.
Yeah. So you want to kind of want to hit this with a little bit more speed so that you feel comfortable and accurate, because it's not an easy cut. It's probably a 60-degree cut or something from 7 feet away.
Safety.
But yeah, if he just kind of gives a little bit of follow, maybe a medium to medium soft speed, then he could roll back towards center table and maybe hold up without having to go back and forth. And he hit it real thick. I think he was electing to play safe, but I think he might have sold the 9 out to the bottom left corner.
You think the cue ball passes the 15?
It's hard to say. I think that that was his goal, is really try to double this up. I think ultimately he would have rather been there with the cue ball.
Left him only with the option of a very difficult combo.
Yeah. And it looks like he's lining up for the combo.
Yeah.
So if he does make this, if the 9, he combos the 9 into this pocket, the 15 ball should come down table this way with a shot into the corner.
Good effort.
Oh, the 4 is now blocked, I believe, from the upper right-hand corner. And I don't think he can see the 7 from here now.
I think we're still going to see quite a few back and forths here.
Yeah, I think we got a number of innings before this game is out. These guys are playing their match on Salado. That's enables them to get games into the Fargo rating system. So all the games tonight that they're playing will add to their Fargo robustness and affect their Fargo rating. So that's in the bottom right-hand corner. I've got those 2 logos, the Salado app and the Salado Pro and the Fargo rate. So that's what I'm talking about right now. So they're using an app called Salado, kind of links their these results into their Fargo rate.
How else can players get Fargo ratings, or how can they get the games to affect Fargo ratings? What types of games are normally factored into that?
Yeah, so generally you can play in Fargo rated events, like the tournament that we have up in Mammoth on a weekly basis. Those results go into the Fargo rating system. You can do private matches on Salado, like what's happening right here.
Is Salado solely private matches? Too?
Yes, it's just one-on-one kind of money matches. So he likes to play safe here. Nice, wise choice. Brian's going to have a real difficult time, not even worrying about making a ball, but just making contact on the ball. He will likely kick one rail towards the 7 ball, if I had to guess, like this.
Based on where the cue ball is, I don't even know how much angle he has to come out. It looks like the 15 is maybe...
He's not married to it.
Okay.
They're not married, but they're certainly living together. So it looks like he's going with my shot. I don't know. He might have a little more angle where he can go towards the 4, because the 4 would be easier to pocket. And he's going to be okay. Ooh. And now Daniel has a tester of his own.
Another combo?
The 9 might pass, but that is a super, super small pocket if it does.
Yeah.
So he's probably going to elect to play the combo here. It's a much more even match to start out with this time. I know they had just as many kind of back and forths in the previous match. That was a race to 7, like we mentioned earlier, where Daniel got out to a 5-0 lead. But it wasn't like it was like 5 break-and runs or 5, definitive. It just seemed like there was a lot of mistakes on both sides. It's just Daniel was capitalizing on them sooner, which is kind of similar here, it seems like, but not as lopsided.
Was the impetus to go to 9 just because it was so close last time that you want to increase the...
I think they wanted to increase the stakes, both monetarily and the race. So they probably figured, if we're going to play for a longer set, then we probably should play for more money. And maybe thinking like along the lines you just said, where, race to 7 kind of went the way it did. Maybe a race to 9 would, I don't know,
separate more or something.
Yeah. Good question. I'm not sure what the reasoning was. I just know that they told me, hey, we want to do a race to 9 for 300, and I was like, let's do it.
Are there any other matches brewing?
Yeah, we got some prospects. I know that I've been in talks with both Sergio and Roman that play. Well, Sergio's the bar manager at Distant where we play the tournament, and Roman's a regular player. So I think they want to play. I believe I've got another guy, John Conley, who's one of the kind of the regulars up there. He's probably the most winning player in the tournament.
He also placed this? Did he place this week as well?
He did. He got 3rd, I believe. And then, but he's usually up there. He's probably held the trophy more times than anybody, like I said. He nudges the 4 and leaves himself kind of a thin cut. It is makeable. So yeah, I think John wants to play. We got Cody McDonald, who's from Texas, who's actually out here visiting. He comes to Mammoth for the winter seasons, and then he kind of travels around, kind of van lifing it. And he's just got back this week, and he let me know he's interested to play. Kind of just did an open call, kind of like, I'll play anybody for 400. So if anybody out there is looking for a match that they're willing to get in the box here with Cody, please reach out to me, let me know. But I think Cody and John are trying to set something up right now.
Brian underran position a little bit here.
Yeah, I think he's going to end up leaving a bank.
Also probably wise to think about if he's not making it, where is he leaving the cue ball?
Yeah, that's tricky. One thing you can do is kick the 8 ball, and the 8 ball comes up here, and if it doesn't make it, jams that pocket up, and the cue ball stays right there on that rail. Okay.
Not a terrible option.
Not a terrible option. He did not leave anything on the 9, which means that Daniel will be coming to the table banking the 15, likely back to this pocket. Yeah. Which will make the cue ball run up table. He just got to kind of focus on making the bank. Shape will be a little bit long if you hit this too hard, because cue ball's gonna want to come off this and go out here. Which is what he's looking at. to that bank.
Mm.
No, he definitely did not play the bank.
I was thinking he looked like he was hitting it pretty thick when he
Yeah, you're.
got down to it. So, but now the bank's on for Brian, I think, right in the cross side.
Yeah,
Does
I
it
think
pass
he
the
can.
9?
I think he can get past the 9. I think if he hits like here.
Right.
Oops.
And I think you were saying something about techniques on the cue ball to open up banks like that. How can you? Is there something that you can do with English to?
Yeah, there's a couple things. If you draw, it will open up a little bit, but if you use right-hand English, then that'll translate to left-hand English on the object ball, which will also open up the bank a little bit. So it kind of does the opposite of what you'd put on the cue ball is what happens to the object ball. And he is electing for the bank here. I think he can pretty much just straight bank it and end up not hitting the 9 and getting the cross side. He went long, and he still didn't hit the 9. So Daniel with the first good option in a few innings.
The 9 down table.
That's what I would do. I think from this angle, you don't want to try to baby it into the side pocket. You just want to put it in that bottom right corner pocket up table. And the cue ball should float out towards mid-table, leaving an easy shot on the 15. Hits it way too thick, and Brian will be coming to the table with a long but relatively straight and straightforward 8-ball.
This will be a good litmus test of how Brian's feeling right now.
Yeah, a little bit of a tester, but it's really kind of just staying down, making sure you're stroking through the ball straight, just really sticking to your pre-shot routine.
Right.
Looks like he's electing to just kind of roll it in. I like to kind of hit it with a little more pace, personally.
Let your stroke out.
Yeah.
Well, anybody's game now, but Daniel has an option.
Yeah.
That's the possibility.
I think the biggest thing here is just kind of knowing what's going to happen with the cue ball, because just rolling it in is going to send the cue ball into that ball and then down or behind the 9 ball if you're not careful. Carried it enough. He's going to get on top of the 9. So he tried to compensate by following a little bit into that rail, and then he ended up coming more down than across.
Mm-hmm. What's the safer play there? What if you were left with that? What would you do?
This is it's such a weird shot because he's kicking it is what he's gonna do. I don't know if I like that. And if you are gonna kick it, you probably want to kick towards the pocket that the ball is closest to, and he's doing kind of the opposite of that. And he sells out very badly.
Okay, let's see.
This is just a matter of this should be a gimme, but the nerves are probably running pretty high.
I'd say Brian's a favorite to make this.
I would say most people are a favorite to make this. And then he does. Okay. So now we've got a match, guys. It's 2-2, and Ryan will be breaking. Oh, weird. Our webcam just went. I don't know. You started drinking and everything went sideways.
Like censor it. Maybe relocate it over there just so it's where we're looking at.
I'm going to disable the webcam while I move it.
Let me see. That's I think you're changing the preview of it.
Oh, it doesn't happen until you commit. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because you're in studio mode.
Transition. I think that should be it. Nice. We faded away.
We faded away, guys. Look at us go. Oh, so now we can actually re-enable it.
What's happening? link is on Instagram.
Oh, and then my backdrop comes out of the shoes.
No.
The link is on.
I guess I could just go to your YouTube directly too.
I'll just move the
Backdrop.
backdrop, yeah. Our mic is still hot. Sorry, everybody, for listening to us screw around with our technical difficulties.
Okay, so Brian elects to take stripes. Looks like he landed pretty nice for a shot on either the 14 or the 9. Looks like he's going for the 14. He could just roll forward a little bit and then get the 9 in the bottom right corner.
Switch to the interview. Yeah, we still got it. Look good?
Yeah, if I'm looking over here, it doesn't look like I'm looking at the camera.
More or less.
Good.
Alright, so let's transition back to us being, and there we are. Oh. Still have a little bit of a, yeah, but it's not as bad. It's just we got the, I got my, background is all showing still.
You could also just make this full screen and not use the studio mode or whatever.
Oh, yeah, that's true, because we're not doing any transitions or anything.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing's been worth the instant replay, unfortunately. Now we can, it's comfortable to watch over here.
Let's see, is Brian Stripes, it looks
Brian
like?
is Stripes.
Yeah. And this is from the break, right?
Yeah, this is from the break. Brian's doing well so far.
Okay. He's got a little...
And this was similar to last round, though.
Yeah, and he kind of got himself into a pickle now, so he's got this 11 ball that I think he's just going to try to thin off of and end up down on the end rail. Oh, he can see the whole thing. Never mind. Can't see shit, guys. I'm sorry. We need an overhead.
Yeah.
We need an overhead cam. So, I need to monetize this channel and give you guys a link for my Venmo so I can start doing some upgrades.
Or we could just make an OnlyFans. That works too.
There we go. And he hits it fat. Breaks out the problem for Daniel. That's why you see the hand flip from Brian, because he certainly didn't want to break up the 2-5. Daniel comes to the table with options, but I think he's going to play that 4 in the side pocket, just because it looks like it's set up nicely and immediately. Is he doing that or the 2 ball? 4 on the side, overcuts it, and leaves Brian on the 10 ball.
Ooh, this could be over quick.
Yeah, I think that 8 passes the 7 in the bottom left. He certainly hopes so, because that's where the cue ball is kind of going to be heading towards lining up. He does have a little bit of a cut here, so the cue ball is going to come off the rail and towards the 4 ball a little bit. So you definitely want to give a little bit of follow. You don't want to run into the 4 ball or end up behind it. The tendency here is to overcut it because you're trying to get something on the cue ball. Looks like they're having a little bit of a discussion.
Is there a concern of him fouling?
I don't know, but I'm going to look out the window to see if I can see what's going on. I'm just lining up, so he's comfortable with it. And it hit the tit. So this is game 5. We will be taking a short break, doing a little intermission player break right after this, the conclusion of this game. Chat's quiet tonight, guys.
Yeah, speak up. Who's there?
Yeah, who do we got? Nice little back and forth. I think he'll be playing the 6 or the 4 ball next. Having a little trouble coming to a decision here. I think he's going to like to play the 4 ball, though. I think the main reason is that he doesn't want to end up behind those other balls and not have a shot for the 6. No, never mind. Changed. Going with the 6 ball after all, looks like.
Is there a risk of running into the 3 here, or is he going to come off?
Yeah, he definitely could bump into the backside of the 3. The 4 does go on the side, though, so if he does end up stuck up table, as long as the 3 doesn't block the 4, then he should be good.
Cody's still here. He's observing for his upcoming match.
Oh, hits it fat and does not leave Brian a shot. Brian will be coming to the table without a look at the 10. I don't think he can play the 1 rail kick either from this angle. The 1 rail kick being off of the side rail and, oops. But
that's what he's looking at.
Playing the 10 in that corner is what he's electing to try here.
It makes contact.
Yep, just hit it a little bit thinner than he wanted to.
And so long as Daniel doesn't run out all of these balls right now, Brian has a pretty good chance.
It does. Leaving that ball hanging in that pocket, it definitely is leaves Brian a lot of more opportunity if he comes back to the table, because it's hard to really be anywhere where that ball doesn't go. And Daniel jars that and rattles it.
Open shot.
Brian's a little straight here, so getting onto the 8 ball may be a little bit tricky. If he can cut it a little bit, then the goal would be to come off the left side of that and back up to here.
Like if he has an option to cut it, it looks like more he could cut it this side of it. Oh, what am I doing here? Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Oh, no. So unfortunate. Okay.
Well, definitely didn't want to do that.
The odds have leveled a little bit.
That's what I was saying earlier, how when you have 1 ball left, and you leave your opponent all these options, it's like you gotta solve those problems early and get out when you're supposed to.
Yeah, I don't even know. It didn't seem like Brian had too many problems to begin with. It just took a couple of tries to get that 10 ball in, and then we finally did. It was accompanied by a scratch. So let's see if Daniel can pull one out of the bag here. Taking his time to think about his next couple of shots, eyeing up where he wants to be for the 4.
Yeah, I think he's going 6, 4, 2.
I could see him going for either the 2 or the 3 here, depending on where exactly he lands.
Yeah. You could just roll it in and then end up short side on the 2, and that's what he's looking at right now. Is to put the 2 in the bottom right hand corner.
Right, he's just on the left side of that shot line.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of.
Looks like he's gonna just stop it and hit it straight. Roll back out, and he's good.
Okay.
Close to his work, but it should be good. Definitely limits his options. He's either playing the 2 or the 1 now. But I'm certain he's more interested in the 2 ball given proximity.
Yeah, and he can pretty comfortably just stop it or draw it back a hair and have the 3 afterwards, or the 5, or the 1. Position isn't too much of an issue for this next shot.
More of a cut than I think he wanted. So it's going to come down towards the 1 ball.
Maybe I'm wrong, yeah. backed up on
Yeah.
it just to make sure he doesn't foul.
Yep.
All right.
Double hit, so he just dragged up a little so he could kind of make sure that he doesn't go through the ball too much. Should be 3-5-1. The one should be the key ball here. You went longer than you wanted to, for sure.
The cue ball's going to be running now.
Mm-hmm. So if he does elect to play the 5, the cue ball is going to run down towards this corner, come 2 rails, and if he's lucky, this is where he'll end up. But
Yeah, hopefully the cue ball does exactly what you just drew, which is that.
a little,
just around the.
yeah, it just does like a little curly cue. Yeah, you just don't want to stun or anything here because that you just want to follow because if you give it any kind of stun, you're going to end up in that corner pocket. So we've been using these terms stun, follow, draw. So stun is essentially making sure the cue ball is neither rolling forward or spinning backwards. Follow is making the cue ball roll end over end with topspin. And draw would be hitting the bottom of the cue ball and causing it to spin backwards. That changes how the cue ball reacts off of the object ball at contact and manipulates how that cue ball comes off of that object ball, or what's known as the tangent line.
And the variables that you can use to affect whether you have a stun, draw, or follow shot is how high, middle, or low you're hitting on the cue ball. And he runs into.
Ooh, almost ended that one early.
Something.
I think he's going to be playing a cross-side bank here and just stopping the cue ball pretty close to where it is. It's lined up for wider than it's going to want to go wide because this angle is going to go
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to have to hit that either on more of the left side of that ball to close up that angle or hit it firm.
Yeah.
The harder you hit it, the more that angle kind of shortens up.
Yeah, and if instead of speed he uses angle, I feel like that maybe increases the risk of a double kiss a little bit here, or no?
No, I think he's out of the way. I think as long as he doesn't cut it, if he just plays it straight, then he won't.
I thought you were saying straight would end it long. Oh, what is he doing here?
He might be playing more of a strategic kind of safety shot.
Oh, and he doesn't catch a rail.
He tried to be too cute with it, and he's going to basically...
Yeah,
might as well have just conceded that game.
But just to be clear on what happened there, after every shot, or for every shot, once the cue ball contacts the object ball, some ball must be driven to a rail. And since neither ball was driven to a rail.
Or pocketed.
Or pocketed, right.
So Brian gets that one, and we will be taking a break.
We'll be back in how...
5 minutes, maybe.
Cool.
I'm going to go ahead and mute this.
Unmute. Yep.
All right, we are back on. Looks like we got Daniel breaking. He is now down 2-3. Kev says he thinks the chat's quiet because Roman isn't in the hot tub. Is that what it was?
It's the heart's blocking it. Oh, isn't, yeah. Ooh, doesn't want that to happen. So what happens now, Clay?
So that's an illegal break. The incoming player has the option to have the current player re-rack and break or re-rack and break himself. And the reason it is an illegal break is because under BCA rules, you either need to make a ball or 4 balls need to be driven to the rail. And I think something like this happened in the last match. I want to say it happened to Daniel last time too, actually. So Brian is electing to take the break. So it'll be important to remember that now it's still, the next break is still his break.
Right.
So he gets kind of two bites of the apple, so to speak. I can't see that. What it
I think it says isn't.
Oh, it says isn't.
Yep.
Alright, so let's see if Brian has better luck making this break happen.
Clay, do you want to make a side bet about whether there will be a break and run tonight?
What are you proposing?
I would give you like 20-1 odds that there wouldn't be.
See, that there wouldn't be?
That there's not going to be a single break and run tonight.
So if there is, then I get, what are we betting?
Money.
How much?
I mean, we're going to talk about a lot of things that Clay.
Yeah. Currency, yeah. So
I more just want to know.
Ruples?
Have you seen either of these guys breaking around on this table?
Maybe once or twice. So I think, the odds are, that makes sense. So you're saying that they won't, and then if I take the bet, then I get 20-1 on the money, whatever we're betting.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, let's do
$1,000.
I'll do we'll do $1.
$1. Okay, great.
So if you win, yeah.
Then you give me $1.
Yeah.
If you win, I give you 20.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as whoever's on the 8 for their break and run, I'm fucking shaking the doors. Like, oh, don't do it. Okay, I shouldn't be going.
Yeah, we're not betting on the outcome of the match. We're just betting on one particular instance of the match. Okay, so Brian breaks dry. So the break was kind of inconsequential in the sense that he didn't capitalize. So we're getting closer to winning some money because there's no break and run on this one.
One step at a time.
I think I'm in a bad game. Now that I think about it.
Or we don't mean to be talking shit.
No, it's the
way it is. It's a hard table.
It's a hard table, and there hasn't been a lot of people making balls on the break. That should be your first indication the break and run is not likely.
All right. Okay.
Certainly didn't want to end up right there. Leaves it a little tricky. He's got the 2 ball on the bottom left. That 7 ball doesn't really go anywhere from there. So I think he's lining up for that 2. This ball down here. Oh, maybe he's cutting it in the side. It's hard to say. He's hitting it full. So he was definitely trying to play it into the corner pocket as described.
It's only about a diamond off.
Yep. So now Brian comes to the table with a couple options. He's got the 9 in the pocket here, standing near right now. The 12 in the opposite kitty corner pocket. So that's this pink one down here, which is what it looks like he's setting up for now. Alright, so now he's likely to play the 15 ball in the same pocket. Which will leave him options on the 13 and the 14 next, providing he can stay up table where he's at. Kind of wants to slow roll this in. That's good.
Brian's been opening each of these games pretty well. He's been, I think the last two he's had like 5 ball runs.
Yeah, he's been pocketing all right and holding decent position, and then he kind of just, as he winds it down, and I don't know if it's just simply because he's got enough options in the beginning that it's not playing a factor into him not being able to run out the rack.
I think it's something like this where it's like he gets just a little out of line, and then that like those errors kind of magnify.
That can be, yeah. And this is pretty straightforward too. You could just roll this in, come down towards center table, to more towards the upper end of the table.
Or you can do
this, do that.
This is what I was worried about. He's just if he had a little bit less of a cut angle, I think he would have been more likely to end up with an easier shot. He still has a shot on the 11.
That's what he looks like he's going for, because I don't think cutting the 9 is an option from there. I mean, you could do it, but it's probably
very difficult. It's
difficult, and then you're cutting it so thin, you leave a whole bunch of energy in the cue ball, which, unless you know what you're doing, it's gonna, could get away from you, run into some stuff, and cause some problems. So we'll play that 11 in the upper right-hand corner, leaving himself a shot on both either the 9 or the 10.
It goes a little wide.
He overcut it. Daniel's got the 3 ball is what, or the 1 ball is what it looks like he'll be playing, unless he plays the 4 ball now.
Can you see? I think you might be able to see enough of the 4.
But because he's right-handed, he's a little bit hampered by that shot, so he'll kind of be splayed out a little bit if he elects to take the 4 ball here. So, thinking 1 ball. Nope, he's still committed to that 4 ball. So, yeah, so he's sitting on the table now, and this makes for an uncomfortable kind of setup, and which is why he likely missed that ball.
Nudge that 10 into a harder position for Brian now, because it just complicates the sequence a little bit. Now he's got to come out from the 9 to get the 10, right?
Yeah, which there's a couple of different ways, but the fact that he's bridging slightly over this 1 ball means that he will likely just follow and try to come this way. That requires some power. But no, he had enough to kind of draw it, so that's what he chose to do.
But he rubs off the 8, and he still is good.
You can see the 10, but
now
shape on the 11 gets tricky.
Right.
That 3 ball play is real big. And because he doesn't have a straight-in shot on the 10, like if the cue ball was here, it'd be very different, because he could just hold the cue ball with the stop shot and play the 11 next.
But now what does he got to do? He's got to just come off and get right there. Wow, that's the speed control's got to be
or he could
on.
kind of punch out and just, or draw out to here, and then leave this shot. But either way, it's touchy.
It looks like the 3's pop out enough from that rail where it does play really big.
Yeah,
that's not it.
I don't think he can see that 11 ball now. I think he's gonna be banking it cross corner unless he can.
I feel like the 3's even big for that, but we'll see.
Yeah, you're right. It does look pretty big. So when we say a ball looks big, it means that it's in the way, and it's hard to get around it, or it's just
under the corner.
It's definitely impeding the choice that the player would likely want to make. It looks like he might be going rail first here.
That's pretty steep to go rail first.
It is. He's going to end up thinning that ball.
Hopefully he makes contact. Yeah, okay, it does.
So, all right. Well,
and he made it a little easier.
Yeah. He opened up the problem too, because that was the only thing kind of keeping the 3 at bay from having a pocket.
Right.
Because it had, its only option previously was this way.
Right, landing in between the 11 and
Mm-hmm. So Daniel can just roll up to play the 2 ball next. But he's playing a stop shot. 7 ball will be next. And that plays either for the 4 next, likely, unless he decides to go back and forth like this, and then he could play the 2 ball. But he's probably going to be coming further down table. It's probably going to go like this. He doesn't want to end up on this side, because I don't think the 4 clears this ball. So he just slow rolled it, left himself shape on the 2 ball. Smart. He's playing the 2 next. He can also play a stop shot on the 3 to leave himself a shot on the 4, but that's not going to get you necessarily good shape on the 2 automatically. So you can either follow 2 rails. It might be a little steep for that.
Off the 2?
Yeah, to come this way. Or you can kind of go like this, which is what he did.
He'll have the 4 on the side.
Yeah, he'll have the 4, and he got long enough that he's actually got a shot now because he's not straight in, that he can come off the side rail. He will be rolling away from the 3 ball here, so he will have a longer shot than he wanted to on the 3 ball. The cue ball is going to want to come off this ball and then come this way.
Right. He's a little jacked up over the 3.
So he's going to kind of step now he's way down table.
Hopefully he gets off the rail a little bit, and that is difficult.
Certainly not where you want to be for your key ball, but he will likely just roll this in and play the 8 ball on the side, then try to spear it in and get shape into the corner pocket. Would probably be his best bet here. Testy.
How's he going to go on the corner or the side, do you think?
I play for the corner, I think, here, but it's really a matter of the player's comfort level. I think he'll elect to play in the side simply because it's closer to that pocket. It's easy to kind of armchair quarterback it from here, but the reality is that when you're not at the table, it's really hard to kind of see some of the nuance about what looks and feel. And then there's the player themselves. They
Your preference.
Yeah, they might have a different comfort level for different kinds of shots.
Okay.
He's going to the side. Nope.
No?
And he left it pretty easy.
Let's see if Brian can make it happen.
So the cue ball is going to be going kind of around to the bottom rail and then back out for the 8 in the same pocket. Is what I'm thinking here. He's going to go kink.
So do you want to stun on this shot to make sure that you're clearing the 8?
Yeah, it's a little bit. I think a little bit of follow with outside will work too. Just depends on how full he is on this ball. Stun would, because the tangent line's off there, so stun would take you in that direction.
My fear with follow would be that it wouldn't go on the proper side of the 8, or that it would run into the 8.
That's definitely a possibility. So, worked out.
Okay. Just take a breath, Brian.
Cody McDonald texted and said that him and John want to make a game. So
That's
it's
exciting.
like race to 7-8 ball. So we'll see if we can make that happen.
Didn't make it.
Nope, he hit that fat. And now Daniel will be coming to the table. A pretty good opportunity. Should make this.
Yeah, Brian's on 3 games right now, right?
Yeah, Brian's up 3-2, so this will bring it back to even. If Daniel can pocket this 8 ball, I mean, it's pretty. And the last one was even easier than this one, so I'm not gonna just say it's automatic because the nerves are high and it's definitely possible to miss.
He makes it.
He gets it.
Scoreboard evens out.
All right, 3-3.
Good for Daniel's
All
confidence.
right, remembered that he still has the break, so that's good. So I'm good right now, thanks. Got some snacks in here. Last time Sergio and I kind of sat here and didn't plan very well. I was like, oh, every time we took a break, I forgot to grab a drink. So this time I have an ice chest. Live and learn.
Another opportunity for Clay to win $20 here.
Oh yeah, that's right. Forgot we're on this. It's 20-1 odds on the break and run. I think Brian's the last player between the two of them anyway that I saw break and run on this table, and that was last weekend. Oh no! Well, looks like we're one step closer to winning my cool dollar. Alright, so I would play solids here simply because the solids are really tying up that pocket right here. So they're going to have kind of the advantage in this rack. So comboing the 2 to the 7. You can do that now. You just got to be careful that you don't allow the 2 to go near the 11. So it looks like he's going to play the 5 first. We'll see what he does with this.
He was thinking about the combo at this point.
Yeah, I think he could just play a little bit of a draw so that he has a shot on the 1 ball next. The 2 ball can just follow the 1 ball into the pocket. So I wouldn't...
The 7 ball, you mean?
Correct, sorry, the 7 ball. So the 2 going into the same pocket as the 7 is a strong possibility while pocketing the 7 ball. So you want to come back just a hair to leave yourself a shot on the 1 ball because you don't want to be hooked by the 10. He's eyeing up where things can go, and it looks like he's going to play the 4 ball next. I think he's trying to keep those balls pinned up and really kind of using them as a defensive strategy so that Brian comes to the table, he doesn't have a run out. And looks like Brian will be coming to the table, and he has to figure out what he's going to do with this 10 11 situation. Yeah. I think you could just kind of nudge the 10 towards, or the 11 towards the 7 ball and just pocket the 7 and...
Now you're in that position, or like you're just flipping the problem.
Exactly.
Blocking it from the 2.
Yep. I don't know if he could do that now, but that's something he can do certainly when he has an available opportunity.
It's like now he's probably thinking about the 13's his main open shot that I see.
Yeah, if he can't... did he just call a bank?
What is he doing?
Is he kicking at the... He might be kicking at the 10 ball, which I would not suggest here.
Why not just the 13? Oh,
Okay. Okay, well, there you go. So the 10 ties that pocket up. Now the problem has been reversed, and it's now Daniel's problem to solve.
So I guess he could do exactly the same thing here.
Correct.
Because Brian still has another ball to worry about there. It kind of looks like that's what he's doing.
I think he might be.
And just doing favors for one another.
Yeah, it's just back and forth. So Blue, we met what, 2.5, 3 years ago?
Oh my God, it's been that long.
It's been a little while.
Yeah, almost 3 years probably.
So I started this Eastern Sierra Pool page and group on Facebook.
And somehow my algorithm just knew that that's exactly the intersection of what I needed in my life.
Is that how? I don't even know like how you ended up seeing it, but
I don't know how I saw it either. Maybe, did you post on any of the?
I posted in Butthurt and then a couple other.
I don't think I was in Butthurt at the time.
I don't know. Yeah. Oh, there you
Same
go.
exact deal.
Yeah, and then.
However it happened, I had watched like all of your drill videos up until that point because I have a YouTube addiction and watch a lot of pool.
Nice. You're probably the only person that's watched all my videos. But Yeah, and then I saw you at Rusty's. I went
Right.
there for the tournament or something.
Right. It was like the first time that you had been there forever, right?
Yeah, I haven't been there in, well, Brian put himself in a really funky spot. So I think we're going to see now the 11 make the 2 ball. And it's not as consequential because then it won't,
It's not blocking.
Then, yeah, there's nothing blocking.
But
so.
at least the problem's taken care of. Maybe he's trying to follow it.
Huh. Well, interestingly enough,
It actually kind of helped him.
yeah, I think he can cut the 6 ball in the side here.
But that's hard to avoid the scratch on, I think.
Nah, because he's thin enough here that I think it's just gonna go like
off
this,
the long rail?
and then like this,
Yeah.
and then back down.
I certainly hope so.
But if he ends up in this area,
We're so close.
So close.
We could have done something.
We could have done. Oh man. I was talking to my son this morning at breakfast about your reference to the South Park video of Randy Marsh demonstrating on the whiteboard or on the map with the weather system. And I was like, this was what Blue was envisioning when he's like, we need a telestrator.
It's like coding hard at work to make sure that we have this ability.
It's been great because I don't have to like describe with as many words. I could just be like, this goes there.
Yeah.
Draw ugly pictures to illustrate my point. Daniel's really thinking it through. I think if he just plays that in the side, takes his medicine, goes the 2 rails back out towards center table, he'll have a shot on the 4 ball when he comes back to the table, after that. So you just don't want to hit this too thick because you can scratch if you hit it too thick. But I think it's thin enough with just follow that he shouldn't have any he hit it too thick. That's why he missed too. Well, Blue, glad we didn't bet on that one. But yeah, if he had made that 6 ball, he wouldn't have scratched because he would have hit it thin enough.
There's Roman.
Hey, Roman.
Yeah, so Brian's got ball in hand. Got 5 balls on the table? Yeah.
Yeah, the 12 is the hardest ball on the table to get to, so that's why he's electing to play that now.
Right. Same kind of principle of solving your problems early, right? If you
Yeah.
have the opportunity with ball in hand, you want to just figure out whatever the hardest thing is on the table to take care of.
And now he's kind of not a great spot. He either cuts the 9 in, which is a thin cut, or he cuts the 13 past the 9. Like that. Problem with cutting the 9 in is that the cue ball has a lot of energy left in it because he's going to be hitting it super thin. It could run into that 8 ball, and you don't want to run into any balls really. But certainly not the 8 ball because it does present the opportunity to lose the game immediately by knocking it into the pocket.
Cutting the 13.
Yep. Oh, he caroms off the 9. I don't think that was intentional, but he'll take it.
Yeah.
And oh man, he's leaning. He's leaning.
I saw a little bit of a smirk, but he is.
Can you see it? We're talking about this 8 ball blocking the shot to this 9 ball is what it potentially looks like. And Brian's now looking at the 14, so I'm thinking that's exactly what happened. Is the 8 ball is now.
What's he looking at with the 14? You
I think he's
cross
gonna.
bank?
I don't know. He might be trying to cut it past the 4, which is crazy, but. Oh wow!
Oh wow! That didn't even look like the 4 moved at all.
No, it jammed it into the rail. Must be like
Wow.
right on the facing or on the tit. So I think Daniel has to play the 4 ball now. But I think if he had his druthers, he would probably play a different ball. He might go for the 6 actually. I think if you can see it. And the reason why I say he wouldn't want to play the 4 yet is because if the 14 can't pass the 4, then that kind
Wanna
of
leave it
creates
there.
yeah.
Similar deal to the bottom right corner.
Okay.
And he gets position on the 1. Looks like. Ooh. Spoke too soon.
Oof.
Well.
If he was left-handed, I would say it's position, but he's right-handed, so that makes it challenging.
But the 6 is an
The
insurance
6
ball.
is a duck, yeah. He can just roll that in, get a shape on the 3 ball.
And now we're not worried about a scratch because got that 14 to block him.
Yep. And I think he can hit it full enough that he can just hold it around, kind of this area. And that'll leave him enough shape to come back up table. Wood. And he's trying to get shape on the 1. He hit it too hard. Now he's got a little bit of a trickier shot. He can play the 3 in that corner pocket near the 14. That should afford him shape on the 1 ball. He just needs to, just not hit it too hard. The tendency here is to think, I got to get it all the way up table, and so you hit it hard, and then.
But it's a thin enough shot where the cue ball is maintaining enough energy.
Yeah. And it should come back basically on the same side of the 1 that he is now, unless he puts some other kind of polish on it. And he hits it too full. Brian's coming to the table with a shot on the 9 ball, and it does have shape on the 14 if you can just avoid the scratch in the side pocket. This is kind of a tester for a lot of people because they think, I'm going to scratch, and they just don't know what to do with it. And
Are you trying to clear the
I go
side?
above it. I go above it.
So are you, that'd be like left English? Or
Yeah, to follow with a little bit of left. And anytime you're using outside English is what this would be, you can kind of hit the ball a little fuller, which will open up the angle too.
And that's because of the effects of the wow.
Perfect.
Very well executed. You can essentially just stop, and I don't know if you have very many more options than
Now
that,
just
right?
play a stop shot and roll the 8 ball in after that. It's pretty much just paint by numbers.
Don't speak too soon.
I shouldn't say anything. If I keep calling it wrong, I'm just going to stop commentating altogether. Just remove this screen. Just let the players do their thing. Maybe we'll introduce a new feature where we walk out there and be like, what were you doing? Why didn't you do what I thought you should do?
I want to do that on their backstroke.
There you go.
Hey, what are you... All right.
So Brian takes game number 7. It's a very different set this time. It almost feels like Brian's got a little bit more confidence. But they're still going on an average, I would say, for 4 innings at least.
At least. I think it's
Probably more than that. I haven't been counting. If anybody in the chat knows how many innings they've been going, please feel free. A lot more than either one of them want to, I'm certain. And we're not, no disrespect to either player here. It's definitely a challenge, and I have a lot of respect for anybody that's willing to put themselves out there for this level of scrutiny with your money on the line.
in difficult circumstances too. This table is not an easy one to play on, especially if the main thing that they're playing on is the bar tables up in Mammoth.
Yeah, it's funny. Last time they played the hot tub watch party had a drinking game that anytime I talked about my table, they took a drink. So
So now you're trying.
I'm not sure. I haven't mentioned my table really much this time because
What's the drinking game this time?
I have no idea what they're doing. If it sounds like Roman's not in the hot tub, so I don't know.
Drinking game for every inning switch, maybe.
Man, you'd be hammered after the whole game. Oh, we got a ball down. Oh, I might get my money, guys.
Okay.
Real opportunity here. Let's see a break and run, Daniel.
Does the 6 go?
The 6 goes. That's probably his only option at this point.
Like I said, I have an air horn in my bag, but I'm
He's gonna make sure
right
that
on the 8.
there's no break and runs tonight, guys. Blue does not want to part with $20.
Absolutely not.
Can you grab me a Red Bull?
Absolutely.
He's lining up for the 6 ball. Thank you, sir. Oh, yeah, non-sugar free. Thank you.
That sugar, that sweet sugar.
Okay, I'm still in the running for my $20 bet.
Daniel, don't get ahead of yourself.
Yeah, so Blue ran into me at Rusty's after
Alright.
he was subscribed to my Facebook page.
And I was like, I've seen you on the internet.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, I felt like a local celebrity. It's like, you're the guy from the videos, and I was like, wait, which videos is he talking about?
It was like my
I was like,
OnlyFans or my.
yeah, I was like, can you clarify?
And then we didn't even connect at that time. It was still a while after from, because I was like, oh, I really want to come over and play, but then I didn't.
Yeah, you were like super like friendly and excited. You're like, oh, dude, I've been watching your stuff, and I was like, thanks. And then you're like, man, I'd love to play sometime. I'm like, yeah, hit me up. You've got my info. And then I don't know, it was like 6 months at least.
Yeah, it was a while later, and I think the difference was I had just gone through a breakup, and I was really lonely. And I had a lot of time.
I'm always the rebound guy.
And so then I like cold messaged you on Facebook and was like, hey, I don't know if you remember me, but like I approached you at Rusty's. And that was the beginning.
Yeah, you were like, I'm not weird. I'm like, lies. So 7 on the side or 1 in the corner. I'm liking the 3-ball doesn't have, if the 3-ball doesn't pass the 15, he needs to figure that out quickly.
I wouldn't be surprised if it does though, the 15.
Did you just like try to get a better angle on a 2-dimensional object?
I was looking on the other side of the mic.
I think I love when people do that. I still do it. Like I'll be watching a stream and I'm like, I don't know if he's got the angle. I'm like, oh wait, that's right. That doesn't do shit when I move it.
I'll get you a 3D screen next
There you
time.
go. Okay, he's gonna play the 1 ball. I'm kind of surprised. But if he stuns out, he can play the 7 on the side next, or he can follow a couple rails. But that kind of gets. It just depends on how much angle he has here, and how comfortable he is swinging with the bridge. Because a lot of these guys play mostly on 7-footers, they're not accustomed to using the bridge as much. And it looks like he's gonna follow. So he can play the 7 in the side or the 4 in the corner, and 4 might be the better option because if he plays the 7 in the side, he's likely to go crashing into the 14 and kind of screw it all up. You just don't want to break up that 11-12 up here because that is Brian's problem right now.
Is he looking at 3? No, what is he?
I don't know what he's doing. I think he's gonna go for the 4. I think he's going to try to hold position for the 3 there, but I don't think that you can do that. That's a real tester. I mean, you're talking about rolling it in and then...
No, I popped it. Okay. And now the 3 doesn't go.
Yeah, and I don't know if he can see the 7 anymore.
Well, maybe just look at it from that angle.
Yeah, if I get over here, can I see it? All right. My money is not looking secure anymore.
It was looking great.
It was looking good.
This is your best shot yet, I'd say.
Yeah, so then, you came over after that. I remember my wife was like, wait, who's coming over? And I was like, some dude from the internet.
He says his name is Blue.
She's like, you've met this person? I was like, yeah.
I think.
I did at Rusty's. And she was like, giving me the look like, because we talked like when I started the page and all that stuff. She's like, what kind of attention are you drawing to yourself? I'm like, the goal isn't to make new friends, although that seems to be what happened. Appreciate everybody, no disrespect there, but
No, fuck all y'all.
yeah, fuck everybody. Like I don't need no friends, right? No, it was really just to try to bring more awareness and grow the game in the area. And yeah, you were one of the first people that from the page and the videos that really reached out to me, and you're like,
yeah, I was so psyched. I couldn't believe it. I was just thinking, how is it like in this tiny little town? Oh,
damn it. I don't get $20 on this one.
Yeah, but it's been really, really cool to see things grow since then, especially with the tournament, the weekly tournament. That seems to be the source of a lot of, like, when I was coming over, I feel like at the very beginning, there were only a few other people who were in the main kind of rotation, mostly Bishop-based, and since then it's been, the player base has really widened a lot, and it's cool to see people just care about the game in a more serious way.
I'm stoked about it. We've got a group of regulars at this tournament, and they're all asking great questions and incorporating things that they learn week to week. And now we got people in action playing on live streams. That's something
crazy.
I wanted to do it. I was just like, it's funny because I always thought that it was going to be like friends from down south, like Justin,
driving through.
Yeah, and just being like, oh, this would be a good spot to come and hang out for a weekend and maybe do some live streams. And then it just kind of grew into like, oh, we could do that for these players. It's another way to expose them to pressure situations, competitive play.
Did the tournament run through the summer this past summer?
Yeah, it ran from December 15th, 22 until now.
Do you notice if it's seasonal at all? Like with the ski season or anything like that?
It definitely has a little bit of ebb and flow, so we do see, we definitely see more people this time of year. In the winter it gets busier because, but it's interesting because it's not necessarily people that are coming from out of town playing in it. It's just, I think, a lot of people that, are kind of here more in the winter that just elect to play rather than, maybe going backpacking or taking vacation where they're not going to be there week to week.
Right, that makes sense.
But honestly, we've had a full field every week for months.
That's crazy. And it's a competitive field. I was psyched to be able to go for the first time this past week, and I was very impressed with the caliber, especially just because, we are in the middle of nowhere, the players are quite good.
Yeah, it's fun. It's really interesting to see some of these guys that, you watch them in practice and they shoot really well, and then the second I call a match, it's like it's like their arms go numb, and I get it, man. It's I've been in those situations where it's like, oh, what happened? Like all the blood left my extremities and I can't feel anything because I'm nervous, and it changes things. It's not the same, I know Cody's said it a number of times how it's like, man, I feel like, and I've seen him. I've watched Cody, run a table in practice, and then the second that the match gets called, he's like, why am I losing to this person I should never lose to? And it's like, I feel you, man. But that's the skill, right? Learning how to win and play in a pressure environment is a skill in of itself. And he hits it fat, rattles it, and Brian will get another opportunity.
Would have been a pretty difficult shot on the 8 had he made it.
Yeah, he can. What is going on?
Pull up the stream.
I got a weird error. I don't know if anybody in the chat can confirm that things are going okay or not. There might be some glitchiness here, so stream settings.
Looks a little choppy, but no, it's back, right?
I don't see a way to change anything, so I don't know.
Might not do this.
Yeah, it is a little bit choppy,
Bummer.
but not a ton. It's just going out a little bit. The bit rate warning that we were seeing earlier, could that have been on the OBS side?
It can. I don't know if you can actually make changes to that while you're midstream. Doesn't look like it. Output.
This could be it. Bitrate, yeah. Encoder settings?
You want to just go up?
Yeah, I think so. It said recommended like 20, or no, it was like 6,000 that I recommended.
That seems pretty high.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's a lot higher than where we were at, but it's possible that...
Should we just go up to 35?
Let's just do it.
What do you want to go to?
I don't know. I think we try 6. Why not?
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Apply. Okay.
Everything might break right now, but everything also might be super smooth.
Yeah. Cody said that it's a little laggy. Sorry for...
Smooth as butter to me right now.
Alright, well, hopefully that solves that problem. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I can't control my internet, unfortunately.
Back to normal. Stream is clean.
Thanks, guys.
I love a clean stream.
Yes. As a water professional...
Tell us about clean stream.
Clean streams. Protecting your watershed is extremely important. Don't dump your oil on the dirt. It doesn't look like Daniel's got a straight shot at this 3. It looks like he's challenged by this 8-ball maybe, because he is taking more time than I would expect. Or maybe he's trying to figure out how he's going to get on the 8-ball next.
What's he Is he going rail first?
It looks like it. No, he's looking straight at it. And he's got hopefully a shot into the side pocket. If not, he's got a shot into the corner. But side pocket would definitely be preferable. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder why my bit rate was so low. Probably because I said it that way.
Very possible.
Wasn't trying to.
Could have been. I guess the replay buffer wouldn't have anything to do with that.
No, it shouldn't have. I think he's playing inside.
Certainly what it looks like. Bait is down.
Nice breaker.
Oh my god. Oh, you don't remember that, Blue? Blackout.
Alright, so we're back to...
It's an exciting match. Very, very even.
So Kevin's in the chat, said the stream is clean. Thanks, buddy. Just curious, Kevin was the one that hosted the hot tub watch party last time. Is that what's happening this time? And I'd love to hear what the roll call is in the hot tub tonight, if that's the case. I think that's what we need to do is upgrade the booth with a hot tub.
That'll be the next thing.
My wife.
Telestrator first, and then.
Yes, first telestrator, live the instant replay. Maybe a better camera.
No, hot tub first.
No, hot tub first. A better internet connection. We tried that tonight. Didn't work out as planned.
We were all on top of the roof.
Yeah.
Like Starlink, and Elon Musk couldn't get it together.
Damn it. All right. Here's another opportunity for me to win $20. Come on, Brian. You can do this. Okay, nope, and no. Okay, well, I can call that one not happening. Alright, so Daniel can play the 9 in the side, is what he's looking at right now. He can also play the 15 or the 12 up table in the corner. So he can play either of these balls that way or the 9 in this side. It looks like he's playing the 9 in the side. The stripes don't have any problems. The biggest problem I see is that the 8 ball is hampered by the 7 ball. So I think he'll play the 11 ball next or the 13 in the upper right.
So the 8 might go in one of those corners. Again, hard to tell.
I don't think it goes here. It might go here.
That's what I was thinking too.
He's going to play the 14 next, which might not leave him a lot of options after that. He's going to draw, but he's going to come across here now. And
okay, can you see the 11? You can see the 11.
yeah, and I think the 15 passes the 11 as well. And the 10 might go on the side, but that doesn't really get you shape on anything. I'd say ideally playing the 15 in the corner would be your best bet to get shape on multiple options after that.
Right.
Well, our error went away, so that must have solved the problem.
Was the connection excellent before? Now it's excellent.
Oh, jeez. So yeah, I Facebook stalked you after you
vetted me?
Yeah, I was like, oh, dude. And I was like, oh, okay, this guy's like.
What'd you find on my Facebook? What out?
You were a grad student, or no, you were getting your PhD at Stanford. I'm like, well, he's at least smart. He might be psycho.
He could be psycho, yeah. It could be like the Unabomber or something.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, gee, there's plenty of serial killers that were intelligent.
That doesn't do me anything. Right?
It's like, well, he's either going to be a good friend or he's going to murder my family. Let's roll the dice.
Yeah. What are the odds?
I enjoy working with, because you came over and then kind of shortly thereafter. Oh, Robert Whitehead's feet. Looks like he's gonna have to play the 11 next if he can. It looks like he can see it, no problem, past the 13. But it's always like people come over and then they start asking questions, and you were super inquisitive, and it was fun to kind of work with people that ask questions a lot, you know, 'cause
Right.
it's like, then I don't have to like think about feeding you information. The information is just being requested.
Right, yeah, if it's more self-directed. Yeah, for me, when I was coming over, I mean, still at this point, I've still had so little exposure to being able to play pool in like a regular extended setting just because of like various schedule constraints and location constraints, but I've certainly watched a lot of pool. And so what
Is he back cutting this 13?
the 13 is he?
He is.
Wow, and he
No.
but
The 8 might now have a pocket. I don't know.
anyway, yeah, it was cool because being able to play with someone who is quite knowledgeable about the game and also like you know a lot about you follow professional pool too, and that I think I hadn't really known anyone before that, even when I was playing in the Bay Area and like playing with people who were still like decent or like, pretty good. And it was rare for me to run into people who were knowledgeable about the state of pool and everything, so it was very exciting. And yeah, again, like the odds that would happen in Bishop, California was just like I moved here for climbing. I did not know that pool was going to be such a big part of my experience here.
Yeah. I remember you talking about like, oh yeah, I watch a ton of pro pool, and I'm like, oh sweet, like, and that's the one thing I could say to anybody that wants to get better is like, without having to hit a ball, you can learn so much by just watching what professionals do. You know, pick the game of choice, the game that you like to play, and for most people it's going to be 8-ball, right? That's just kind of the common game. Yeah. What I tell people all the time is, if you want to learn, you know, just watch a pro match, and you can mute it, and then try to commentate the match yourself. And if you call a shot that they don't do, pay attention, because that means you were calling the wrong shot. So that's a really good way to learn. I think doing this, commentating these matches, is excellent way to kind of just grow your knowledge base and think about the game analytically. And if you do it enough times, you find yourself actually commentating your own match in your head. And it's a real good way to kind of like just think about, okay, what's next? You know, it's a real good way to kind of gain some knowledge and experience without actually having to hit a ball.
Right.
Daniel was another person that when we first started doing the tournament, you know, I forgot. He played since the beginning in the tournament, and he asked, you know, some questions, and he was talking to me, and we mentioned something about kicking and jump shots, and he says, yeah, you know, even some of the old timers like Earl, he's talking about Earl Strickland, he's like, are using jump cues now, which, you know, he's like, that guy never used a jump cue, and I'm like,
Do you know
that
Earl?
guy just mentioned Earl Strickland? Like, you know, it's rare that I run into people locally that follow professional pool, and so it's like, oh man, I gotta get to know this guy. And sure enough, you know, he follows professional pool, and it's like, you learn a lot doing that. Oh, we got Sergio in the chat. Got Jason. Jason just showed up, and he's finally here. He says, y'all can calm down now. So everybody relax. Jason's in the house. And Sergio says, what's up, ladies? I don't know if you've seen the analytics on my YouTube page, but
Is it a solid 100%?
It's almost 100% male. And wow, what a shot. Okay.
Alright.
So we're going to find out soon if he can get through these next 2 balls, whether or not the 8-ball has a pocket. And that's what he's looking at right now to figure out what he's got to do to get there if it has a pocket. And if it doesn't have a pocket, developing those balls so that he can have a pocket. And developing balls basically means playing in such a way that you pocket a ball. You don't always have to pocket a ball, but generally speaking, you're pocketing a ball and using the cue ball to run into other balls to get them pushed into a position where they actually work again, or you're solving a problem essentially. Sergio, missed ya. Sergio was in the booth with me last time, and he did a great job for somebody that I kind of just sprung it on him out of nowhere. All right, Daniel hits that one straight into the rail, and now Brian's coming to the table.
Not with a super clear option set here.
Honestly, I think, you know, back to the developing conversation, I think because these 2 balls don't have a place to go, just hit this straight on and leave the cue ball right there.
Yeah, play safe and develop.
Yeah, solve a problem, create a problem, right? Solve
Right.
your own problem, create a problem for your opponent. It's really important, and he is jacking up, so he's trying to stop this ball and do, I think, precisely what I said. So we'll see. Nope, he hit it thin, and Daniel will have a look. So Sergio apologizes for being late to the party. Hey, good news, man. This thing's been going back and forth, so I think we got plenty of time. We still, got a minimum of 4 more games after this one. So, and that's if it goes completely lopsided after this. Daniel overcuts that, and we're starting to see the wheels come off a little bit from both players. I think some fatigue is starting to set in. It's you wouldn't think pool can be exhausting, and it is mentally taxing. It's not a physical sport, I get it, but to stay focused and really give it the 100% concentration that's required, it is mentally exhausting. Both these players told me that after that match, they were just worked. Like, on the ride home, Daniel said that, like, and I'm sure just the way that match went and the way it ended, it was probably emotionally exhausting too. He just said that, like, he just couldn't think.
Right.
His wife called him and they were trying to have a conversation, and he was probably just like, I don't even want to talk about it. But part of it was just, I can't think. I need to just let my head kind of unravel. And Brian likes to play safety. I think the 11 ball has.
I think you can go to the corner with the 11.
Yeah, he just needs to draw here and try not to scratch. You roll this ball, it's almost a guaranteed scratch. So you just need to kind of punch it slightly below center. That'll allow the cue ball to come off this and into the side rail and back out. You definitely don't want to go right there. Oh, wow. Hangs it. So Jason asks, who's the upgrade commentator? Looks way more on it than someone
Get
else.
some, Sergio.
Damn, dude. Jason, just throwing shade.
Immediately out the gate.
Yeah, well. I think you need to be careful. Sergio's not one to shy away from some confrontation. So
Yeah, I heard he talks a big game.
he does talk a big game. Live by the sword, die by the sword, Jason. I think Jason's got a few ribbings left to give Sergio after some stuff that went down, maybe a few months ago, where Sergio embarrassed him pretty good one night.
Let's commemorate it on YouTube.
Let's commemorate it on YouTube. Yeah, no, it was there was there was a situation where Jason got the phone number of a girl he had been thinking about trying to get a number from for a while. Oh man, it's just back and forth with the misses now. It's hard to watch when this happens. I feel bad for both these guys because I know they're way more capable than this. But yeah, he gets the digits, and then Sergio does a full blown, like, to the whole place. We're talking a packed distant, brewing. He's like, let's hear it for Jason, and everybody knew what was going on. And Jason was like, peace, and just left. And the rest of us were just dying. It was pretty fantastic. So I think
that is hilarious.
I'm not surprised that Jason's doing a little shit talk.
Well played, Sergio. That's very good.
So if he has the straight in shot, then just a stop shot here.
Yeah.
But I think he might have a little bit of an angle. So if he does, you got to be careful
Because he's going towards the 8.
Correct.
Yeah. See?
Oh, he bumps it. Good. He gets the nice nudge.
He should be good.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Brian puts another one on the board. And we are 5-4.
Oh.
Halfway through the way there.
Yeah, neck and neck the whole time. They've never been more than... Well, I guess the Daniel was 2 up, and that's the greatest he got.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. Jason says Daniel needs to take off the beanie. See, it's funny because last time they said that when Daniel took off the beanie that he should have had the beanie on, so it's hard to say. It's like a Samson and Delilah thing, with the hair, so I don't know. I personally can't play with stuff on my head.
I mean, playing with the Earbuds is confusing to me. I mean, I understand why they are, but
I think with the pass-through, it's fine. But I did a ton of my videos wearing earbuds because I didn't want YouTube to flag my content, so I would, listen to music, and that was the only way I could do it. It did take a minute to get used to. I think the biggest thing was not putting it on noise cancellation,
right.
because just the it's amazing how much the feedback of the sound of the balls hitting each other plays into it all.
Interesting.
And I know players. I got a good friend, Melissa Helen. She's a really highly competent player.
In SoCal, or where is she?
Yeah, she's from Simi Valley, and or maybe Moore Park, but she's played like on ESPN and stuff like that. And she's like, I cannot play with headphones on. Like she's like, I need the room. The room is part of the environment. It's part of the feeling. It's and that means something to some people.
Yeah.
So, but these guys are playing with earbuds in. I think mainly because we can't have music in the room because we don't want the content to get flagged, and also because
we should just play royalty-free beats in the background.
We can. I mean, you want to.
That'd make me play way shittier.
Yeah, right. Just Muzak going in the background. We'll just have you beatbox for us the whole time. Blue is a musician, so you can come up with some music for us. Actually, let's talk a little bit about you, Blue.
Let's talk about me.
Let's talk enough about these guys.
Oh yeah, who cares though?
So Blue's a musician. Kind of an interesting story. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do, Blue?
So now for work, I run an online songwriting school. It's called School of Song. We started it about 3 years ago, and we essentially work with artists who come in and teach their songwriting practice to our student body and their audience as well. And it's grown a lot. We just experienced a ton of growth too. It's a really exciting time for the school. We're working with bigger and bigger artists and just impacting a real worldwide community. So it's been super fun. We, in addition to songwriting classes, we have other kind of music classes too. We have guitar classes and singing and piano and everything. And music's been a part of my life for my whole life, but this was a very big career shift for me. As you mentioned earlier, I was in grad school for computer science, and I guess 2.5 years ago, I switched that as this side project that is School of Song just grew to a size where I needed to do it full time. So that's my day to day, and that's what keeps me from playing pool as much as I would like to. But
it's funny how work gets in the way. My I think my Facebook or my Instagram, I don't remember which one, on my bio it says I practice like pool is my work, and I work because I play like it's not. So
gotta do some mental math of all of that.
Yeah, basically means I suck, so I can't play pool for a living. But yeah, no, interesting story. I think Blue going from a computer science PhD to and really using those skill sets to kind of develop what you're doing. Right?
Yeah, in many ways.
If Skynet becomes self-aware, then it's probably Blue's fault. Just
saying. Yeah, it is a pretty big jump in a way from I was doing artificial intelligence or machine learning research to this, but definitely a lot of overlaps in terms of the just kind of general problem solving skills. And I get the sense that a lot of people who are drawn to pool are also big kind of problem solvers. That's that or
I know a lot of pool problems that are players that have created a lot of problems. So I don't know. Maybe so they can solve them. I don't. But you're right. No, there's.
Or just that type of brain of just the looking at the table and thinking of it as a puzzle.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
And especially 8-ball and some of the games rotation games are rotation games being 9-ball and 10-ball where you're shooting in numerical order, which are kind of mostly my favorite games, but from a commentator's perspective are kind of a little bit easier to follow, or it's kind of boring because it's kind of paint by numbers, right? Oh, they're going to go for the 1 and now they're going to go for the 2.
Right, and it's all just the position. That's the only other variable.
Yeah, it's how they get there and what they do with it, which really is the game. But when you're talking about 8-ball, especially less than 500 Fargo rated players or maybe 550, the pattern play is just so sporadic. And so
keeps us on our toes.
It does, and it's funny because, you know, like, I'm so used to watching high-level pool.
Yeah.
And, you know, when somebody misses, you're kind of like, well, that's it.
Yeah.
Like, and this, it's like, it doesn't matter if they're dead straight on a ball, you know, that could still not mean it's it, you know, and the pressure's there. And it's not about their skill levels, their, you know, the amount of time that they've spent under pressure, you know, because your brain kind of goes out the window sometimes. Oh, no.
Why is the other bit rate go down again?
It's time for Blue to use his grad school.
That half a PhD.
Everything before that was, I'm sure, useful information.
Skip the boring stuff. Okay, I mean, it looks good right now, but we're a little lag.
We're still at 6,000. I mean, I don't know. Sorry, guys. We're looking into some errors we're getting from YouTube. If anybody in the chat wants to tell me whether or not it's getting choppy or glitchy, but
it's choppy right before that came on. Let's see if it's.
Maybe it'll clean up on its own. You know how problems love to solve themselves.
Always.
Okay, well, that leaves very few options for Daniel coming to the table. I think he's only got a really good look at the one ball here, which does not pass the 11. So we're talking about this ball right here, which is, you know, when a ball's just by itself on the table, that spot right there is the worst spot on the table.
Why is that?
It just has it's just hard to get on, and it really only has one way to get into a pocket. You know, it's not going to go. You can go into this pocket with it, but the problem is, in order to do that, you have to be perfectly straight on that ball. If you're any kind of angle, you're going to scratch.
Right.
So you have to be on the short side, which is over here. But this ball cannot pass that 11 ball, so this is going to make this rack challenging. I expect to see a few more innings at a minimum.
We're back to excellent.
Hey, just had to wait longer. So a little more shit talking going on in the chat here. We got Sam saying, "Who's Sergio?" Sam's another regular, Sam Peterson, at the tournament. I got all my tournament regs here, the huge players. Almost ended the. Oh my gosh! Jeez.
Very exciting. On our toes.
So Sam asks, "Who's Sergio?" Sergio replies, "Your daddy, Sam." So implying that his mother is maybe. I don't know, non-committal, maybe a little bit, I don't know.
Clarify, Sergio, could you?
Yeah, what do you mean by that, Sergio?
Break it down.
Yeah. You're saying that you and Sam share some DNA, or?
Are there TVs at distance?
There are, but they're all like menus.
We gotta broadcast this.
Host it, yeah. Sergio, you can work on that, hosting the live streams on a TV over there. I know they have cameras too on those tables. I need to talk to them about getting the feed from those. Yeah, and then for the tournament nights. How did he hang that? Well, it looks
not easy. Does the one pass?
No, the one doesn't pass this 8 ball, but the 4 ball goes.
Right, and the 3 maybe after that. It's just you got to get short side on that one for position.
That's going to be challenging. You know,
my guess is that the table's going to look nothing like this by the time the 8 goes in.
Here's what I do. I roll this in. Cue ball ends up down here, right? So cue ball then off the side and then behind the 8 ball.
To play safe.
Yeah. Gotta make it first. All right. Well, the 12 goes. Now that it's hanging in that pocket. So, see how this...
I always struggle on getting position out of those pockets when the ball is so deep.
Yeah, and this is something that people rarely take the time to practice this, and it comes up so much, and very often people just lose the cue ball.
Yeah.
And the trick is to thin it, and
or just not go for it.
Oh, you can do that, not go for it at all. What is he playing here? The 13?
Wow, can he split that gap?
Or the 10?
4 and the...
Apparently,
Whoa.
He hit it full. Now he left a shot on the 3 and the 4.
Well, yeah, the 4. Okay, I guess the 3 could go on this side. I was just wondering if the 3 is blocked from the 15.
We got Jack in the chat. Jack's been an up and comer. He's been finishing really strong the last number of weeks. He's won the tournament a couple times now. And
Oh, did Jack beat me? Is that Jack?
he was the only Jack playing that night, so.
Jack, I'm coming.
Oh no. This is just a series of just jarring balls. There's some stuff going on in my house. I don't know. The Kool-Aid Man's trying to make his way through the wall.
Yeah, you're experiencing it.
I don't know what's going on. I hope my wife and kids are safe.
We're busy.
Clayton, if you're still watching, please go check in on, see who's trying to break into our house through the garage right now.
Okay. Is he holding?
Run a little longer. He is right-handed, so he should still have a good shot here.
He has the 15 in the
Yeah, he's
second.
going to play the 15 next, and then probably the 11.
Oh, yeah, if he can. Oh, yeah, the 11 passes the 3, too.
It should now. Oh, that was Bowser coming out. Okay, so my dog came into the equation. That's Bowser coming in. This is so familiar. This is like deja vu. The same thing happened to Brian last time he was playing. So if anybody comes and plays a match at my house, I can't guarantee that my dog won't shark you. Sorry about that. I did disable the vacuum cleaner this time.
Good
though.
job. Yeah, that's added to the checklist.
Yeah.
And Bowser's a really good boy.
Yeah, he's a good dog. He just wants some loves. All right, guys, like and share the stream if you can. We've got 22 people currently watching. I think we had that number up over 30 last time, but I get it. So.
And overall, it's the consistency. You gotta just feed that algorithm. You know, gotta get matches on matches.
I don't. Yeah. I you know, it's funny. I just got up to like 425 subscribers, which I never thought I would have that many. Not that that's a lot, but for just some janky YouTube channel out of the Eastern Sierra, just for doing drills and stuff, it's kind of cool. I remember when I got to 100, and I was just like, what? So I'm not trying to go viral. Although if I could quit my job, I would.
Just Clay is on record.
If all I had to do was live stream pool matches, like,
pretty good.
I'd do that. I mean, I love my job. Don't get me wrong. All right, so back at it for Brian. Looks like he's gonna roll up on himself. Thin cut on the 14 or a back cut on the 11. I think he's
No, I think he's got to go.
I think he's gonna play the 14 here. Hella janky. Thanks, Roman. Oh, okay. He qualified his statement by saying JK.
You got some shit talkers.
Dude, that's all they do.
Yeah, roll up if you're talking shit. Go.
Dude, their fucking shit talking Fargo is 850. Dude.
Ooh.
He gets it, and he leaves himself perfectly on the 11 inside.
Okay.
Which I knew if he made it, he was going to roll up towards a good shot there. He should just draw back a little bit. You don't want to hook yourself on that one ball. He might follow into the rail.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, it looked straighter than it was. Oh no.
Don't.
Okay, he's good. He gives it the stop.
Stop.
In the name of love.
Okay. Take a breath, Ryan.
Alright.
And that brings us to break number 2.
Break number 2.
Don't go anywhere. We will be back in 5.5 minutes.
Alright. Gonna mute. mic and mono server. All right, we're back. Brian's going to go ahead and get this break going. Curtains are on. Figure out how to do a little better sound isolation, I think. So I know that you have some experience in that.
Yeah.
Obviously, that curtain. I mean, they can't hear what we're saying.
But they can hear.
They can hear that we're saying.
Yeah.
Which somebody that wasn't wearing earbuds, especially if we have a strong reaction to something.
Yeah.
That could be kind of jarring.
Totally. Yeah. If there's an obvious mistake or something.
Yeah. Like, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. They're gonna hear. Rabble, 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 rabble. So yeah, I can imagine that can get under your skin a little bit if you're like, oh God, they're commentating on how terrible I just hit that.
Yeah.
So
we'll figure out a better situation.
I got Cody texting me back and forth and trying to work out the deets for this match. But yeah, so it looks like it might be him and John Conley at the end of this month. Maybe in a couple weeks. What is it? What is today? The 3rd?
Yeah, it is the 3rd.
So it would be 3 weeks from today if everything goes as planned. It looks like they're looking to do a race to 7 for 200 or 400 in the middle. So even race again. So that'll be fun. But I got to see if I can clear that with the fam and make sure I've got availability. This is my house after all, so I'm not the only person that lives here. All right, so I believe we saw a dry break, and I will not be winning $20 on this rack. So let's see. Daniel will be electing to play solids, and it looks like he's playing the 6 ball first. On the right-hand corner.
Both balls have issues to solve. We got the 2 and the 5 tied up here, and then just this entire thing is kind of a...
Yeah, as far as getting on the 8.
Yeah.
I think that, it's kind of tight, but if you saved your 3 as the key ball, you gotta have a path there, but you can also break that out after you solve this problem, maybe.
Right.
Alright, going for the 4 ball next. He can just roll up and then elect to play in the 1 or the 7 in the side. Got a little long here. Did not want to end up behind the 13, and I think he completely hooded himself from any offensive shot. I don't think the 7 ball can be played. Maybe. I could be wrong.
Maybe long?
Oh, in the corner?
Yeah.
Maybe down here. Nice straight lines.
Yeah, that's not how object balls tend to move, Clay.
No, they don't swerve. All right, let's see. He's thinking. I think he's gonna kick at the 1 ball here is what he's looking like.
Probably not the worst idea with the position he's currently in.
I don't know. I think if he can see part of the 7,
It'd be better to kick. Or sorry.
I would say thinning it, like hitting the 7 down here,
just
making
called?
the cue ball come up here. I don't know. I think he called the 7 all the way down. Maybe a little masse. No, he's shooting.
Okay,
So
maybe you can
this
see
looks
it.
like he's gonna have to overcut it, man. I don't know.
Ooh.
Wow, he came close to scratching there.
Do you post a stream anywhere else? Like, is there like Reddit billiards or like?
If there is, I haven't posted there. Pretty much on my Instagram, on Facebook, and then a number of Facebook groups.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to post in Everything Eastern Sierra group today, and they rejected my post. Like, why? I don't know why you put this here. I'm like, I don't know either. Alright, well, he's going to like to play this one on the side, which is going to send him towards that group of stripes.
The 9, you mean?
Sorry, yeah, the 9. And he tried to hold it.
Both players kind of letting up a little bit on the accuracy and intention.
Yeah, I think just the amount of time at the table, and the pressure is kind of starting to wear on their.
Accumulate.
Yeah. Is he cross-banking this, or do you think yeah, he's cross-banking the 3-ball.
Wow.
Double kiss here is
Very
very on. Yeah.
He's got to cross the line with the cue ball, right? You got-
Yeah. Go in front of it and try not to hit it twice. Well, it's going to leave a hard spot for Brian to come to the table from. Is he just ducking here?
Yeah, looks like it.
Yep.
Pretty successful.
Yeah, he can't see anything of his directly at this point.
If he kicks at any of these balls, I feel like he probably has a pretty good chance of at least not fouling. Just because if he...
Yeah. He might be able to kick one rail at this ball, and then
What's he lining up, do you think? Oh,
he's kicking at that ball. He's
one rail.
He's looking at the. He's using a 2-rail system.
Really?
Yeah, because he's using the bisect. So what he's doing is he's measuring the halfway point,
Right.
and then lining that up to here, and then parallel shifting that to the cue ball. But that's a 2-rail system, so he's trying to kick behind the one.
I thought he was just lining up where this... Yeah, so he ended up going one rail. When I saw him lining up, he was lining up like kind of just to the point, not like
Oh, okay.
not in the pocket. So I think that he was just looking at like the projection of the one ball onto the rail.
Yeah. When you're that close to the rail, you can use the 2-rail system because it's right there.
Right. And like I was saying, I think he had margin for error because if he's
That
long,
ball's big.
Yeah.
Yeah, it plays real big from there. So first, good look at some balls here from Brian, playing the 9 in the upper or lower right-hand corner. And he hits it, overcuts it. And Daniel will have a shot on the 1 ball. Will likely be able to play. It looks like he's cutting it slightly. If he's dead straight, he can draw back to here. If not, he will roll forward and come back out to leave himself a shot on the 3 ball.
ASL. What does Jason mean? American Sign Language?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Clarify, Jason.
Yeah, what do you mean, Jason?
Dealing with the lag is interesting with the chat.
Yes. Yes. And then the other thing is that, and you guys probably, at home can hear this, but you're picking up some, especially on the break or harder shots. There's a slight lag because we're on Wi-Fi on the camera that we're on. So there's like a 3-second lag between what's happening out there and what's happening on our monitor. So we can hear kind of what happened before we see what happened. And that's kind of an unfortunate drawback of having this Wi-Fi camera set up, but it's what I'm dealing with right now. So he can play the 7. He can even kind of come forward and break those balls out.
Yeah.
Just basically follow with a little bit of right-hand English.
Not quite enough power.
Yeah, that's gonna make things a little tricky. What?
What's Daniel's last name?
Daniel Pijuan.
Oh, okay, I was thinking maybe that was a nickname or something. Playing safe.
He gets the rail.
Okay, that's
Not bad.
maybe the best you could do.
You could tell he was like, "Oh shit, not again," when it was going slow. Because last time he tried to play a little touchy shot like that, he ended up fouling.
Right.
Cost him the game too, because he gave a ball in hand with the 8 ball sitting basically
Right there.
square over a pocket. So. I don't know what Jason's saying. But
Went over our heads, Jason. You're fine.
yeah, nobody knows. Uh-oh.
That's not the ball you're in the pocket.
No. That's ill-advised in all circumstances. Alright, so we got all these regulars in the chat. What matchup do you guys want to see? Who do you think would be a good live stream match out of all the people that you guys know? Oh yeah, they're about, chat's about 30 seconds behind us. So we're seeing the chat kind of delayed like you were saying.
You and Justin.
No. No thanks. Justin's got me by almost 100 Fargo rating points.
Well, do people ever do like Fargo adjusted?
Oh yeah, there's handicap matches, but I still don't want that actually. Pretty hard. He's coming around. He might just. Yep, that's a problem. Unless it just nudged into position. Now he's got a thin shot on the. He can see the side of the.
Of the two?
Of the two, but I don't think.
I don't even know.
Dude, it's. I mean, he was hoping to be, right here, or right there or so. Did not. He just hit it way harder than he needed to. About half that, 3/4 of that speed would have got him there. So he's kicking at the 2 ball. That's what he's lining
Similar
up for.
System to what he
Yep,
just.
he's using the one rail bisect. So the way that system works is you basically draw a line perpendicular to the rail you're kicking off of, and then you take the halfway point between the cue ball and the object ball, and you line up to that point, and then you parallel shift that line, and that's how you gauge the kick, like that.
Okay.
Yeah, he gets it. He makes contact. And the harder you hit something into the rail, the shorter that angle is going to close up. So I think he just hit it with a little bit of speed. He might have gotten some English on it, or maybe he just hit the rail in the wrong spot. I would use the instant replay, but I don't think that's...
I feel like we should. Well, once there's something instant replayable, we should.
Yeah, we should test it out. So we did manage. I say we, I mean Blue managed to provision an instant replay option or feature for us. He also provisioned this telestrator that we're using tonight, and he pulled that off last night. So that was pretty cool.
It was for one purpose. I'm gonna stop right there. I don't want you to get like demonetized.
I start losing subscribers. I'll know why. He's kicking again at the 2 ball.
Whoa. Okay.
This is a much harder kick because it's gonna want to go long.
Yeah, but you can maybe compensate with
You
right
have to
and
draw and right and.
Oh
Wow! I did not expect him to make full contact with it like that. Yeah, he tied up the 10-12. That's good news.
Brian still has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, he still has all his balls on the table. I don't think they've eaten any of the snacks I provided. Damn it.
You can see over here, folks.
There's a snack table. We've got chips and some pita chips and some dip, salsa.
Okay, 11.
Yep. I think the 10 will go on the side. If you can get on the side of the 10, I think that 10 will go over here.
Mm-hmm.
He won't be trying to get there now. I think he'll be playing the 13 after this. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Well,
Not bad.
If you're gonna miss it, that's the good way to do so. So this will be the third time in a row that Daniel's coming to the table kicking, and this is why having only one ball left when your opponent has a whole bunch of balls.
Really troublesome.
Yeah, it's amazing how often this turns into the guy with that had all the balls made ends up in a worse situation.
For here, are you kicking into this corner? Is that how you?
I
Is that
think it's too tight.
What other options do you have?
You can't one rail it because of where the 13 is. So it's, I mean, you could, yeah. I don't.
Oh, what's this?
3 rails? I don't know what he's doing here.
Tying up 2 balls?
Yeah, I think he's taking an
2.
intentional foul. So.
Or laggy.
Oh, lagging again. Cody with the eggplant. He knew what you were up to. So he did make Brian have to think a little bit. So he knew he was going to take the foul because there was already a tied up. So Brian needed to solve one problem. If you're going to tie up balls, oftentimes if there's and take a foul, then there needs to be already a lot of times an existing problem so that you can ensure that the problem you create is instantly solvable. There's got to be 2 problems. So he did do that.
But Brian might be able to solve this.
I think he wanted to be a little he wanted to be a little bit further on the other side of the 8. And so
okay, well,
here we go again. Daniel's kicking one more time. This is the fifth time. I don't know. I'm sure Daniel's over it. And we're back to excellent.
Okay, so now 1 rail and 2 rails are on. Either. Oh, what is he lining up here?
He's 2 railing back into it.
I was seeing maybe that, but maybe that's not the way.
That's probably the way I would want to kick at it.
Just this way, you're kind of negotiating the.
I guess because the 11 and the 15 don't go, and the 13 would be blocked by those 2 balls. Kicking the way he's choosing to might be the safer bet. And he's straight going for it. So it looks like he's going to end up short here. I think he's going to end up going 3 rails and running into the 2 maybe, but not catching a rail potentially. No, he hit it straight away.
Great.
Okay. Pretty good kicking so far. He hasn't. The only foul that he's produced was a deliberate one. So
That's good on him.
yeah. Brian's got still more safety options, given that the 8 ball is sitting right in front of the 2 ball now. So he elected to solve that problem and create another one for his opponent again.
Playing good strategy.
Yeah, they're playing smart. Neither of these players have jump cues, nor do they jump. So you're seeing the safety play that you're seeing isn't as critical because with a jump cue and the ability to use a jump cue. Oh, he can see this.
Wow,
that was unexpected. All right,
really? Can he pot it?
That's a good question. It looks to me like it's going to overcut. I didn't even think he could see that side of that ball.
Me neither. This is like an optical illusion.
Yeah.
All
You got to
right.
move your head. All right, so we got a couple nominations for potential games. So Roman is saying Jack and Sam, and Jason also nominates Jason and Kevin.
Roman nominates.
Roman's nominating Jason and Kevin. So let's see.
Let's see it.
Some of those players want to do it. I know Jack is interested, but Jack also mentioned, because he's never played on this table, that he wants to get some time in on the table, or he wants to play an opponent that has never played on this table as well, which is fair. So given that, Jack, you can come play me.
I was gonna say the exact same thing. Okay. Brian's really gotta put these 2 balls away.
Yeah, and this does, it looks like the 12 passes the 8, because he's going to come kind of this way.
Yeah, put a lot of power on that. Oh, all right.
Man,
All right.
look at that.
Look at
Look
that
at the
drawing.
telestrator. Man, wow.
Wow.
Seriously, I
That's
knew what I
very
was talking
fun.
about.
Okay, so does he draw and go 8 in the same pocket?
It depends on whether or not he's straight in. I
I feel
don't
like
know
he's just rolling it.
what angle he has. I think he's going to roll past it and play the 8 long. Which is, I just left myself in a real, this is a tester spot. You want it to be like, no further than the spot is.
No. Is he debating which corner, or is he just negotiating the ball path? Or?
He's probably just consoling himself from that last shot, going, okay, let it go, just pocket this and move on to the next game. But I think you're right. I think he's actually deliberating on whether or not one's better than the other and where the QL is going to end up. You just need to kind of just take your lumps and just kind of roll this in. You don't want to do anything fancy. You don't need to stun or draw. You don't end up scratching the side pocket.
Focus on pocketing.
Yeah.
And he makes it.
Good shot. All right, so Brian is now up.
This is the biggest gap we've had so far.
This is the biggest gap that we've had, yeah. So Brian is now up 7-4. Daniel's break. We've been going at this now.
It's 10:46, so 3 hours, 15 minutes.
Yeah, not bad. We're going faster than we were on the last match. Because we played almost 4 hours for 13 games.
4 hours for 13 games.
I think that's
and
right.
Currently we're at, well, yeah, just a little bit faster, yeah.
Yeah. A little bit.
Well, don't speak too soon.
Right? This could really hit a screeching halt here.
So the Fargo rates convert to probabilities of winning, right? Like
Yes.
What's that formula again? Or what?
I don't know.
Didn't you say? It's
Yes. It's a base 100 log. So I get a chance at winning $20 because there's a ball in the pocket. So see if we can get the first break and run for the night. Yeah. So if a 400 is playing a 500, the 500 is twice as likely to win. Yeah. So for every 100-point difference, then it's twice as good.
Interesting. Is that? I guess that's probably just on a per game basis. I was thinking it could be fun. You know how in poker they have like your percent chance of winning for each like further hand that or further card that's dealt.
They do that. Like
Yeah.
they can live update based on the current.
That's what exactly.
Actually, I can tell you what it would
be
right now.
Yeah, I was thinking it'd be fun to have that because you just see like what are the odds that Brian wins to given like the difference of their Fargo scores.
Yeah. So Daniel is a what?
414.
And Ryan is a 5. It's so close that.
Yeah.
Oops.
423.
I don't know if it's gonna really.
It'll tell us something. I mean, so the base rate. What are the odds that Brian wins?
So he's got to win 2 before Daniel wins how many?
5.
Okay, so 5 and 2. So
yeah, so Brian's at a not. Oh wait, did something flip? No,
oh,
wait,
these
5
got changed. The Fargos got changed.
Oh, is there a minimum?
I don't think so.
Yeah, 90%.
So it's 90% odds that Brian will win based on the current score and their Fargo ratings. But I think the lower the Fargo rating, the less that really means anything because.
Well, it still means that even if they're even, you can just calculate like what are the odds that 2 evenly matched players, if one wins 2 games versus the other winning 5 games. You know?
Yeah, but I think just because there's so much, when the Fargo rates are that like kind of lower than 500, there's just so much.
Yeah. I guess it's both how low they are and like you were saying how many total games there are. Like if you've played 2,000 games and you're at 423, then that variance is pretty low.
Yeah.
Okay, probably ran a little further than you wanted to. Maybe you can still see the 2 all the way. Is he looking at the?
The 7?
7?
He has solids, right?
I was just asking myself the same thing.
We'll find out right now. Sorry, we're not paying attention. Wow, that was scary.
Terrifying. You could play the 1 into the side off of the 11.
Yeah, just dink, dink, like that. That does put the 11 potentially into play in a way that blocks the 3. It's not as likely because of where it is. The 3 is kind of on the tit, so it's gonna like kind of go out towards middle table, not down table. The 11. Jeez, why do I keep doing that?
Nice.
Towards mid table.
Exactly what you're saying, yeah. But he's got the 5 if he wants it.
Is he calling the 3, or was he just acknowledging that he can't see it now? Should I open the door and ask him?
Yeah.
What are you indicating, Brian? We need hand
Make
signals.
yourself clear. Yeah. That's what ASL is.
There you go. This should provide good position on the 2 and the 3.
Oh. Makes it.
No, he went way harder than he should have.
But now he's going back and forth twice. You can still see the 3.
Yeah. He probably just wanted to play a confident stroke there. But playing this 3 is going to potentially the rebound of the cue ball off the rail is going to go towards the 14.
Yeah, and that could stop him right in that, like... So the 11's blocking his path?
Yep.
I've got to work on my beer.
Yeah, what are you doing, man?
Dude.
He's putting a little bit outside on it so he can clear that 14. Which he needs to be careful because he comes too far up table and he's only going to have a bank on the 2, which is what he's set up for now. Now the bank is hard, so now he's open for a cut, and there's a really thin cut down the rail. I don't think you try to play for the side here. I think there's just too much angle.
Yeah.
Wheels came off a little bit there. One bad position play on that off that 5 ball. Just
Yeah, the errors amplify.
Yep. It's factoring, It's like you can have a bunch of 80% chance shots that you would make it, and that's results in usually a pretty good outcome. But you start adding 20%ers in there, chances go down significantly.
And also on those 20% shots, it's probably you're actually making the next shot a 20%er as well with position.
No, hit it too fat.
Oh.
It's gonna stay up.
Stay up. It's not looking super easy for Daniel. At the very least, he's left with a long shot.
Yeah, the 15 looks like where he'll be headed next, which doesn't necessarily. The 11's sitting over the pocket, so if he can just play a stop shot, or at least not end up way down table. Even if he does, he could probably play the 14 in the same pocket. So ideally, he would stay in this area to play the 11 next. If he does come forward, then with the cue ball, if he's down here, then the 14 comes back up this way.
It doesn't look like he's putting quite enough draw on it for.
I think he's just trying to roll it in.
Yeah.
Or maybe there's enough angle that he's just like, I'll just come forward 2 rails and get shape on the 10.
Not a terrible option.
No.
The balls are fairly open.
If it's not straight in, then it's probably easier to play that shot than it would be to play the. And he overcuts it and leaves Brian another hard shot down table. That one's easier than the last one, but Brian
Certainly.
will be cutting it up table and likely going kind of side to side, crashing into the 8 or the 14.
Yeah. The ideal path would be splitting them, right?
Well,
I mean, I guess I don't need that.
That's tough, man. I think.
Or rolling, could he come forward enough? I guess when you go into the rail, you almost always come like straight back out, right?
Yeah, unless you kind of put follow and some left on it, so it kind of rolls forward
and miss the 14 that way.
Yeah. I mean, he would like to be center table here, but I don't think you can get there from there.
Oh, the on-screen drawings aren't showing up.
Oh, okay, I know why.
Is that a recent thing?
No. Every time I go away from this, you have to refresh the host session. Sorry, guys, we're geeking out on some shit here.
Oh wait, did my beautiful drawings not show up? You haven't been seeing what we've been drawing the entire time?
No drawings. Alright, clear that and join. Let's see. Yep, we're good. Back in action. You guys don't want to know what Blue was drawing all
It was
this time.
really
It was
immaculate,
artistic.
that one.
Jack's here for the finger painting. Thanks for the heads up, Jack, on the
Yeah.
on our telestrations not showing up. I'm glad you were enjoying them. A lot of effort went into that.
Hey,
This is
Dan's got a chance. A good one.
a pretty good one, yeah. You could just roll up into the rail here. He wants to end up kind of, this is the shot line, right? He wants to end up on this side of that.
So he's tracking towards the 14.
Yeah. He should be fine. If he puts left-hand English on it, he can go into the rail and then back out this way.
Right.
But even if he just follows, you know, he can end up pretty much center table.
Just don't want to put a ton of energy into this.
No.
We've got our first You're My Boy Blue. Honestly, 4 hours in, I'm pretty surprised
too.
I was expecting much sooner
It's,
than that.
you know, I gotta hand it to Roman. He's generally really original, and tonight's no exception.
Okay.
You've never heard that one, have you?
Never my entire life. I actually don't. Yeah, what are you talking about?
What's the
Roman?
reference? I
Yeah,
don't.
what's You're My Boy Blue? I haven't heard that 70 times a week since I was
Yeah, since the movie
15,
came out.
yeah.
I remember that was one of the things I asked you, like, how many times have you heard that? And you're like, I couldn't tell you.
It's like people saying the word the or something. It's like it's just so, I don't
Doesn't hit
hear
your
it.
radar anymore.
Okay.
Just straight up.
And
Boom.
a little bit further than he wanted, but still very makeable.
Yeah. Yeah, I think. Didn't you say you've never even seen the movie? Now, on principle, you're
I've
kind of
never
like,
seen
I'm
it.
not watching that movie.
Yeah, no.
So
No way.
Blue has never seen Old School
Yeah,
because he's just like, you know what? I'm not feeding into the hype.
absolutely not, no.
It's like, I came first.
I can't forget.
Yeah.
Yeah, that movie was what? Like 2008 or something? No.
That sounds.
Maybe before
No, it's
that.
older than that.
Yeah.
It might be 04, 06, I don't know. Maybe even older
Okay.
than that. Stand in the side pocket and you're good to go. All right, so
Daniel's
Daniel.
heart's beating this.
Yeah, he's like, no.
He's like, no, again.
All right, so clawing his way back, narrows the gap down to 2 games, and he will be breaking this rack.
Let's instant replay this break.
I think you like the saying "You're my boy Blue" as much as Roman likes to be called Ramon.
Ramon.
You know, I did buy the food. I might as well get some.
Yeah, let's do it. Hope you all don't mind that we're eating on stream.
Sorry, guys. It's a free stream. You get what you get. Oh, I left that dip out there, didn't we? Oh no, it's right there. Hell yeah.
You want to set this up in double mode?
Sure. Studio. You want to try some instant replay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just for shits and giggles.
Let's instant replay as break, right?
Yeah. So we'll press that after.
Well,
the
click
break.
stop replay buffer.
No.
Or
Just the download.
Got it. So we'll wait.
Yeah. Ball setup, perhaps. All right. And we got the ball guys. Let's see that one again.
All right. So,
now go to instant replay.
this one.
Yep. And then there. Yep.
Oh, right-click,
it,
properties.
and then let's find that one. So is that 22? Okay. And then we go to and then I think when we transitioned, right?
We'll
So
click
this is
stop
the
replay on the
break.
buffer. Oh,
No,
look at this.
or
We-
just the download.
Got it.
Wow.
We pulled off an instant replay, guys. So we'll wait. Pulled off an instant
Yeah.
replay.
We did it.
Oh, look at that. He's already shooting a ball. I'm gonna miss it.
Let's look at this
So,
break
okay,
one more
so-
time. Oh my god.
We made 2 balls in the break. Okay.
Let's see that one
All right,
again.
let's go back to
After you still take
the
balls.
action. Here we go. All right, good job.
Nice.
Instant replay and telestrator action. All this for free, guys. So we're coming with it.
Is that what he called? So he played the 3 into the 10. The 10 was hanging out of the pocket. I'm sure that's what he called. We got some honest.
He's still at the
players
table.
Here.
You holding out on me over here?
Yeah. You want a bite of a Snickers?
I'm good. The new commentator cam looks good.
Mm-hmm.
Justin was like, "Yeah, dude, you gotta crop some stuff out." He's like, "Your hands can't be in the photo. I don't know what's going on with your hands, but you don't know what to do with them when it's obvious." I'm like, "Okay, thanks for making me self-conscious. I'll eliminate that." Yeah, I think I was just touching my face the whole time. I literally, because I was just like, I could see my hands, and I was like, I need to do something with my hands. I'm all doing the fucking Macarena and shit. Okay, so I don't get $20 on that one either. That was a good chance too. You got a good spread. So looks like Brian's playing. He's solids, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's playing the 7 ball.
Or the 3. I can't tell.
Stun over or just stop it. He just rolled it. Okay, so he played the 3. More of an angle than I thought. So, good choice. I think the 2 ball right now tied up near the 9 ball is probably the biggest problem. This area right here. So, dope. Instant replay for the win.
So we gotta get the overhead camera. We also want GoPros on every single pocket.
Oh, nice. Yeah, watching it fall.
Yeah, watching it fall. And that way we can settle debates as to whether a ball goes. I don't know if that angle would actually be more helpful.
You like those PTZ cameras?
What's up?
Pan, tilt, zoom. So you just like look around the room.
Oh, you know what we actually need? Just a drone following.
Oh, that's a good call. That won't disrupt them at all.
Yeah, just over the cue ball.
So does he go for the 2 here now? Or does he risk it and try to play shape on the 2 from the 1? It looks like he's going to just go ahead and take his lumps and try to play the 2. So tricky here now, you're going to run into that 11 ball and try not to... Oh!
Ran into the 9.
He hit it thinner than he wanted to, so... Overcut it. Or did he hit into the rail? I don't know. Guess we could instant replay and find out.
We're just gonna not
Brian
be paying
doesn't-
attention to the game at all. Just instant replay.
Just over and over again. Everybody at home's like, can you please just
Drawing
go back
dicks
to
on
the...
top of instant replays.
There you go. Looks like Daniel's debating cutting the 11 past the 2, but doesn't look like it goes. I think he's better off just playing the 15 on the side here. For something to binge watch, I highly recommend that American Vandal series. It's, I don't know how many years old it is now, but it's pretty comical.
Is it a comedy? Is it?
Yes. Can we disable studio mode and go back to regular?
Yeah, go back.
I'm sure the 12 plays easy, but if you're, 7 feet tall, that's why he's like, nah, I don't know.
Just going for the extension.
Not nearly as many fouls in this match as there was in the last match. It seemed like there was a lot more ball in hand. So he's flipping the bridge head over here, guys. The bridge has kind of like an orientation to it where one side is short and one side is tall. So if you just flip it over, then you can mirror that get it set up the way you want. If you can see the 13, he's likely to play that in the side next. Because I don't think he can see the 14 now. The 9 might be in the way. That's what he's doing. He's just gonna cut this in the side, probably go up to the head rail and then back down, play the 9 or the 14 next. And he might be able to play and follow and kind of play short side on the 11 next, which would be ideal to solve that problem, but I don't know if he's gonna do that. Yeah, he hit it too fat, so Brian will have a 2-ball, 3-ball out. If he can just play this 2-ball, get shaped for the 1 in the same pocket. So there's a couple ways you can do that. You can zigzag it like this, or you can kind of nip draw it and go on the other side like he tried to do there, and then he ran into it. That's the big risk there, and then he nearly completely blinded himself from that ball.
You can still see it, but yeah, no offensive shot. Doesn't look like.
I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to back cut bank that ball.
Whoa, into the
side.
Wow.
Yeah, but I don't know. It looks like he's almost looking at the other option of banking it over here, but I don't think he see the whole ball to do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Looks like
Prove us wrong.
It looks like he's trying that. Yeah, he just hit it way fast. I didn't think he could see that much of that ball. He ended up hitting more of it than on that side of it than I expected he even could. All right.
Okay, Daniel.
Daniel really wants to get another game back here and narrow that gap down to 1.
Yeah, now is really the time.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity. I mean, honestly, it's kind of 9-ball, 14. Now that 11-ball goes in that bottom right, he's no problems. I'd say 9-ball, 14, 11, 12, 8. So here, here, here. Here. I think he's cleared it. What we were kind of awing about is that he didn't want to be bridging over the 1 ball. It really reduces kind of your accuracy or just hampers your ability to get a really good natural bridge. So it looks like he's got enough of the ball. The 1's not really a problem. Maybe a slight visual impairment, but
Okay.
oof, wiped its feet. He's pretty straight on this 11 ball.
Yeah,
It does limit his options.
I guess he could draw back out for this and this side now.
Yeah, a little nip draw. Like,
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he has more angle than we can see, and maybe he can still punch out 1 rail. But
or maybe I don't know. It's pretty straight.
okay, he's taking his time. 9-ball was the best key ball. That's true. So should he have taken the 14 first, perhaps?
Yeah, the 9 was the best key ball for sure. Yeah, probably.
Looked like, by the way, that he was kind of hand signaling that he was wanting the cue ball to end up somewhere closer over there, so he could maybe come down here.
Yeah, or even further for the 12 on the side, but
right. Does the 8 pass the 1 into the upper corner?
I don't know. Does the 12 pass the 1 in the same corner? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think he's back cutting it into the lower left. He's trying to play this down here. Yep. I could scratch here.
Looks like maybe we got some camera lag.
Yep, a little bit of laggy going on.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of delay too because he took a shot a minute ago.
Oh, we lost our feed. I wonder why. Uh-oh.
Oh, it's
We're back.
Not a bad shot.
He played safe, not the way he intended to.
What do you think he tried to do?
I think he was trying to get in that position, but he certainly didn't expect that the one ball would bounce.
Kiss.
Yeah. Did it freeze?
Yeah, we got some lag again. If this happens, we should, once we hear them racking, we should go back out and just maybe reset the camera or something.
Yeah, something's wonky. I wonder why.
It's just the connection between the camera and this.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, everybody.
You can still see us.
Yeah, here we are.
Honestly, why else are you here?
Hey, look, he still hasn't shot, so we're good. He is moving, so we know that the camera's not completely frozen. It's 7-5. Brian's asking what the current score is.
Kicking towards the head rail.
Uh-oh. Didn't have these issues before.
Yeah.
Well,
We should just reset the camera if you're done.
yeah, we're gonna reset camera after this.
Take
rack.
a little preliminary break, another 5 minute something.
Mm-hmm. Ryan likes to go short side here, probably just a stop shot or a little drawback so he can play the 8 in the side. It looks like he's going forward actually to play the 8 in the corner. I don't know if that was a good idea. Well, we will never know because the thing froze up. Dang it. Wonder why. Well, might have to. You may never know what happens in this game, guys.
Sounds like the 8 was pocketed.
Can you check on them?
We're having some issues with the camera, so we're just gonna reset it real quick.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break.
See, now the camera's working fucking fine. But I think we can still unplug it.
All right, we're back. Sorry for the delay there. Looks like we are all good to go.
Oh, stream is looking crispy right now.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
Wow, I wonder what was happening.
I don't know.
Oh, it's like a lot better, right?
Yeah, it's weird. But why speculate? We got a match to finish.
Like all we're doing is speculating.
Shouldn't it be? It shouldn't be Brian's break.
Should we tell him?
I think it was supposed to be, because the score's.
That's supposed to be your break?
The score's odd right now, 8-5.
Is it your grip?
How do you guys want to? You guys can stay in that pattern, or you can.
It should be based on the.
Oh, wait. Yeah, it's odd. So
That is your right.
Brian broke out of turn, I think. But did Daniel say he broke the last game?
he said that he didn't.
Oh, so then they just got off.
Maybe they got off on the last one.
But as long as the score is 8-5, then the score adds up to an odd number, which means it should be Daniel's breaks, and that's what they're doing now.
Oh yeah, there's. We're like, is there any way to watch who broke the last one? Like, oh, if only we had a document of this entire thing.
Right? They also need to update the score. That's likely why they're off.
Oh yeah, that's what they were saying. They didn't update it last time. So that's.
Yeah, you gotta update the score too. Gotta update the score. Gotta update the score.
Yeah. Wait, Daniel did break the last one. It was 7-5 and Daniel broke.
That's weird. He shouldn't have.
So that's where the issue happened. And let's see who broke. Yeah, Daniel broke 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Damn. So Brian probably should have just kept that.
Um,
Double sorry.
So what happened is you broke 2 in a row by accident. So I don't know. To make it fair, you probably should. Yeah.
Sorry.
Just finish it out that way. Just watch.
Yeah.
So we just watched the replay on YouTube. And that's about it. You're like, because you made 2 goals in the last break. So then we went back one more game and we broke that last 2. So that's the problem.
All right, we got it figured out. All right. Are you good with us?
Yeah.
Doing it this way?
Yeah.
All right, folks. So what happened was Daniel accidentally broke 2 breaks in a row, which he wasn't supposed to. So that threw off the breaking order. So now, to kind of make it fair, we're just going to let Brian break and continue from here, alternating.
Yep.
Can't go backwards. So.
And like you were saying, the break hasn't super consequential.
No, although Brian made a ball on his last break, and he makes a ball on this
Good,
break.
okay,
it's
so we're all
almost like
good.
The world is real.
And it's a great break.
And it's a great break. I'm going to
job,
stop
Brian.
talking about the break. It hasn't helped me at all.
Brian, during this time break, did assure us that this was going to be his break and run. So.
Oh, okay. So I heard about this local cat that I have not met yet that apparently used to play snooker and is a quite the ball pocketer, and I've never seen him play, like I said, and I've only heard third hand that he plays lights out. So I will be trying to reach out to him.
Yeah, get him on. Brian going for solids here.
Makes the 6 ball.
Got a shape in the 3. Don't know where he goes from there.
Yeah.
I guess he can have the 1.
Yep.
Looks like he has a little bit of an angle, so he's going to be tracking kind of towards the 14 maybe if he does. Or maybe he'll be able to hold it.
I think he looked to see if the 2 went in the side, so maybe the 2 does have a pocket and he dodges it. Yeah. the furniture. I guess I'm not winning that 20 on that one. Okay. So Daniel comes to the table with a look at the 15 or the 11.
Daniel's got to put 4 on the board right now.
Oh yeah, Brian's on the hill, huh?
He is indeed. Could take the 13 now. Is that what he's eyeing up?
That's what it looks like he's eyeing up. I like the 12 better, but
Yeah, with the 12, you can kind of just end up right back where you are, right? Or,
I think I come out towards the center table and then play the 111 in the side next. But it might be too thin for that, so he might just come out kind of like what you're saying, but more back this way.
Or split the difference between our predictions.
Well, he has the 10 now. He needs to get short side on the 14 to have a pocket, or he's going to have to be in traffic to play the 14 in the pocket that it's closest to. Matches the 14. He's got the 9 in the corner.
Yeah, it's not so bad.
And then he'll probably play the 11 in the same corner. Oh, interesting. He looks like he's trying to get shape on the 14 next. The way he was kind of looking at the angle. I don't know what
He's
he's
to the
doing.
left of the shot line? I don't know.
Can't tell. Oh, rattles it. Man.
Brutal.
Yeah. If he plays the 5 now, that's kind of the obvious key ball, so I think I would play the 7. But it looks like he's going to eliminate the 5 now. Oh, that's bad news. I don't know if the 7 has a pocket now, but I think that's his only option if it even goes. We're going to tell by his body movement and gestures here real quick whether or not it does. Yeah, he doesn't like it. Gotta take care of that cue ball, man. Gets away from me quick.
Just running into balls is never going to do you any favors. Or, I mean, I guess sometimes it can do you a favor.
I mean, if you're doing it intentionally to
intentionally.
solve problems, great, but,
Yeah, but
causing problems.
Whoa.
He's playing a bank on the
Big.
1. This looks like it has the
Risky.
potential for a double hit.
Yeah, I guess
Oh, he's playing
away from
Yeah,
that.
he's cutting it, which interesting. I think it's gonna have far less energy because he's cutting it,
Yeah,
and
it'd
it's,
be a very impressive shot.
it would.
Oh, let's wait
ruins it.
1 second, everybody.
Yeah. Nice.
Oh, this will just be good to for saving clips for the end of the game too. If you want to
True.
put things on like
Yeah.
Instagrams.
Yeah. All right, he's gonna play the 7 in that side pocket, and he's gonna be kind of going away from the 2 ball here. I expect he'll probably play the 2 in the same side pocket after this, or corner if it passes the 3. I think it does, but I don't think he wanted to be go that long and leave himself that
Just
angle.
on the 2. Yeah, maybe for the next match you can save all the breaks or something and put them together in a compilation for like an Instagram promo video.
Oh, interesting. Trying to make work for me, I see.
I try to make your life easier, dude. I'm trying to grow your shit. I'm trying to
Okay.
think about the content, brother.
Oh man, that's a challenging spot now. he needs to. I don't think he tries to back cut this because he scratched. It's a dead scratch in the corner. If he tries to play the 3 on the side.
Oh, I was thinking he'd go to the corner for sure.
Yeah, so he needs to kind of.
Just as long as he doesn't draw, he should be okay, right? You think he just rolls forward?
Yeah, I think he has to roll forward. Yeah.
You know, so risky because if you miss the shot, if you overcut it, right, then you're.
It looks like he's gonna overcut it. It's the tendency is to overcut it.
Oh.
Oh, he drills it.
Maybe we should keep on saying that.
We should.
Predict,
We
like,
should
oh, he's just gonna fuck this one up.
Yeah, he's gonna shit the bed, and then he plays like God. All right, still has another challenging shot here.
But this
similar
would be
to the
it.
last
This is the
one.
match shot.
This is the match shot. So if Brian makes this ball, it'll be the winner, and he'll actually made the game-winning ball and to win it rather than like last time he didn't have to pocket the game-winning ball.
But he's probably gonna fuck this up, you know.
Right, so that we can, yeah. All right, stay down on the shot, follow through. Again, the tendency is to kind of overcut this. And he hits it fat, which is the opposite of what I said. All right, Daniel's fighting for his life here.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it's pretty straightforward as far as, he has a shot. A combo, either the 12 or the 13 or the 11 into the 9 ball.
Which one would leave you better shape for the, like, if you don't follow the object ball in? Or
Like if it stays there, I don't
Yeah.
think you have to hit it. That's challenging. I like playing probably the 11 and then the 14 next. Okay, well then he's got options here. He can play the 13 to get shape on the 14, although it's pretty thin. I think he's just going to play the 14, go back and forth, and play the 11 next.
Be an impressive out.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a little do or die here, depending on how he approaches this. That's the thing about playing the 14 first, is that if you miss it, you leave pretty much an easy sellout shot on the 8.
Looks like he's eyeing up the 13, maybe for that reason, or not? Is he just... No, he's going for the 14.
I think he's going to go for the 14 because he's less stretched out there. Playing the 13 requires him to kind of overextend himself because of how far up table that cue ball is.
Uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see it, Daniel.
Shoot a longer bridge than he typically does right here, it seems like.
Power enough. Okay.
Alright.
That's one.
Drills it.
Another long shot. But the 11 offers pretty natural position for the 13.
Correct. He's eyeing the 11. Like you said, if he just pretty much just rolls this in, the cue ball should come off the side rail and then back out.
And really, as long as he's on either side of straight, he should be okay, right?
Yeah.
Because he can just go into the...
It's funny because it's setting up very similar to the last shot that he had in the last match. And now he left himself a good angle to come down table. So just a little bit kind of a little bit of a stun, so you can come off the tangent line here and kind of come down actually a little bit more steeper like this.
But not so steep that he goes into the...
You don't want to hit it super, you can definitely overrun position here. You could easily go do like one of these guys. So, got to be careful. You can probably just roll it in.
Overpower it too. Doesn't need to hit it very hard. Okay. He's not getting deja vu.
Nah, I think he's pretty good here. He's far further up table. He's not shooting off the rail, and it should be pretty straightforward.
Let's see it, Daniel.
Why? How?
Oh, man, it's
Okay, he doesn't leave an easy shot.
I think it might be not that
Never mind, he
bad,
leaves an
yeah.
easy shot. I thought he was gonna dress up more towards the second diamond. This might be curtains, guys. Man. Generally don't wish any kind of outcome. I kind of hope that this kind of goes at least one more game, because I don't want to see Daniel lose as a result of dogging an 8-ball, kind of, that's kind of another deja vu moment, like you were saying.
There it is.
That's it.
That's the match.
That's the match. All right, guys, we're gonna get the players in here for some follow-up. Thanks for tuning in. If you guys have any questions, post them in the chat, and I'll be happy to ask the players. So I'm gonna bring Brian in here, and
And I'm gonna step out.
yeah. Another crazy one, guys. Another crazy one, guys. All right. Yeah. Marcus, I can get you in the booth again. All right.
Let's do the Solano and Kimball. Yes, the results are accurate. All right.
All right, so commit the results to Salado and get those games in. All right, congratulations, Brian.
Thank you.
Once again,
Yeah.
a little less dynamic this time. So,
I still feel like it was a really good matchup, Daniel. I still feel like, I had to be on my A game against him.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was. I thought he was going to claw back in that last game and kind of at least put another one on the board. I was actually kind of surprised that he hit the 8-ball as hard as he did. But I think because of how things went last time, he wanted to kind of stun and ensure that he didn't follow, the 8-ball in.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of potential, or a lot of nerves associated with, how things went last time. So looks like you get another one with a little bit more of a decided score line.
Yeah, I feel good about this one. I feel like I earned this one. The first one was a bit of a fluke. Daniel and I were pretty much even. And it could have been a coin toss at the end, but this, I feel like, I played in a way that better represented where I'm at in this game.
Sure. Well, I think that kind of settles it. I think, you guys can figure out who you want to play next, or maybe you guys want to play each other again down the road. But I think that you definitely showed a better showing this time than last time. Both of you guys,
Thank you.
to some degree. I think Daniel kind of gave you more opportunities, especially earlier on in this match, and you guys went back and forth. Actually, this is the largest spread of the score in the whole match. Prior to this game, it was a 3-game spread. That was the highest it ever got. So
Interesting. Yeah.
So yeah, it wasn't like it was completely lopsided, which is good. But yeah, we were kind of watching kind of some of the nerves kick in kind of mid-set, and a little bit of some of the mistakes and stuff. Was there anything that stood out to you about this match over last one?
I came into it more confident, thinking, all right, I know what this format is like. I know what it's like to be live on YouTube with potentially hundreds of thousands of people watching, likely. And turns out it didn't help. I was still really nervous in the beginning.
It's hard.
And so it took me a good 2 or 3 games to let those nerves settle down and just focus. And then the fatigue starts to kick in, and so you just have to balance your energy levels and your nerves and just stay focused. It's a huge mental cluster, and it's really fascinating. I would encourage anybody and everybody to get on this table on a live stream and experience it themselves. It's something really different.
Yeah, we got some people throwing out names. Roman's suggesting Jack and Sam, or Jason and Kevin.
Perfect. I want to see some more suggestions. Yeah.
So we had Sergio and Roman were the obvious ones, and then Cody was texting me, and it looks like him and John are trying to set something up for the end of the month. So
I like it. All right.
So that goes. Is there anybody that you wanted to potentially play after I get some other people in here?
I got my target, on John, right? Or he has his on me, one or the other.
Right.
But I'd love to play John. That would be amazing. But I also want to see some fresh faces out here. Take a back seat for a little while, and see what happens with some wildly different playing styles and some different characters.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right on, man. All right. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, and I want to give you this. This covers the last match's Salado fees and this match's.
Nice. Look at that.
And
Appreciate it.
as is customary, I'd like to thank you for hosting.
Thanks,
That's a
man.
tip from me to you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
You have put a ton of effort into this, and it shows. Like, it's just amazing. All the overlays and the, this picture-in-picture. I don't even know what's going on. Did you get any?
We did a replay.
replays?
Yeah. In fact,
Nice.
I have one.
Yeah.
I have one of you. Well, click stop replay buffer.
No,
or
just the download.
got it. See this one right here. You played
So, wait.
Yep.
Oh, that's not it.
It's
Playing.
away from that.
So you played this bank right here.
Oh, yeah.
Hang on, I'm gonna go ahead and instant replay this for the crowd. We were like, is he gonna try to back cut bank this into the side pocket? And he sure did.
Oh,
We got instant replay
wait
working,
1
so
second,
actually
everybody.
working out, so
Oh, yeah.
it's playing. Anyways, yeah. So some new features, and yeah, thanks for joining us. And I'm gonna get Daniel in here.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks so much, man, for putting this together. It's an honor to be part of it. So,
Thanks, man. Appreciate
all
it.
right, thanks.
Let me see if he wants. All right, everybody. Not gonna do any more interviews. I think we've heard enough from both players. That it's it was a slog, and it's damn near midnight. They've been playing for hours, and I think they're ready to be done. So thanks to both players for really putting in the time and energy and putting themselves on the line again for your guys' viewing pleasure. We're gonna have some more streams in the coming months. My goal is to do about one per month. If I can swing it. So again, thanks for the suggestions. I appreciate everybody in the comments and in the chat. I hope you enjoyed some of the new features that we had with the telestrator and even some instant replay. We actually put that together. The instant replay, we figured that out like literally like minutes before the stream started. So anyways, thanks a lot. Once again, we do have our tournament, our weekly event at Distant Brewing. That's an 8-ball double elimination race to one, $20 entry on Wednesdays at Distant Brewing in Mammoth. And this is where the players that you're seeing playing are typically coming from. So come out, check us out. You can catch us on YouTube at Eastern Sierra Pool. That's where you're watching this now. On Facebook at Eastern Sierra Pool and Instagram at Eastern Sierra Pool. Also easternsierrapool.com. And thanks to Faro Rate and Salado for making these ratings go into the system possible. So thanks for everybody tuning in. Again, I really, really appreciate your guys' your attention and enjoyment watching this and your input and feedback.